Chapter 282. Refining complete. On the top platform of the Golden Summit stage, the intense clamor and uproar suddenly attracted the attention of everyone in the VIP seats. Lower Grade 3. Zhuowen actually has mental power at the lower Grade 3. I didn't expect this kid to have been hiding his strength all this time. Since the silhouette on the Golden Summit stage was Master Kuya's doppelganger, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise after seeing Zhuowen's mental power at the lower Grade 3. Hearing this, Qiu Chao's eyes suddenly lit up and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He also didn't expect Zhuowen to have such a trick up his sleeve. Even he didn't expect Zhuowen to have been hiding his strength all this time. Master Huiyun, who was originally confident of victory, suddenly froze on his face. When he felt the sudden burst of mental power on the Golden Summit stage, he couldn't help but be bewildered as he muttered to himself, this kid actually had such a trick up his sleeve. This is really beyond my expectations. However, even if he has mental power at the lower Grade 3, I'm afraid it's very difficult to refine the seal-breaking crystal in such a short period of time. However, before Master Huiyun could finish his words, Master Kuya's voice sounded again. This time, the surprise in his voice was even stronger. Earth Fire. 9 Heavens Thunder Inferno. Zhuowen actually has such a powerful earth fire as the 9 Heavens Thunder Inferno in his body. This is really unbelievable. Master Huiyun's face twitched and his eyes suddenly became a little stiff. His lips trembled as he said, it's actually an earth fire. Zhuowen actually has an earth fire in his body. Even the star flame on Su Yang's body was painstakingly obtained by our arcane guild. This guy actually has a 9 Heavens Thunder Inferno that's not weaker than the star flame. However, before the shock in Master Huiyun's heart faded, Master Kuya's unique voice once again sounded in the VIP seats. At this time, his voice carried a trace of horror as if he had seen a ghost. Motherfucker, Zhuowen actually performed soul refining and soul extraction at the same time and didn't fail. This is too unbelievable. Bang! After hearing Master Kuya's last sentence, Master Huiyun was so shocked that he used too much strength in his right hand and crushed the handle beside him. He immediately stood up and stared at the focused young man at the top of the gold summit. When he saw the young man's figure, boundless spiritual energy erupted from his entire body. His body was even enveloped by the 9 Heavens Thunder blazing flame, which was a combination of thunder and fire. What was even more unbelievable was that the young man's hands were like flowing water. One of his hands was controlling the soul refining technique, while the other was controlling the soul extraction technique with the 9 Heavens Thunder blazing flame. The two major steps of refining the crystal were being carried out by the young man at the same time. Furthermore, there were no signs of failure at all. Looking at the somewhat inconceivable scene at the peak of the mountain, Grandmaster Huiyun's pupils shrank once again, directly shrinking to the size of a needle. At this moment, his slightly trembling lips had already uncontrollably widened. Sizzle. At this moment, Zhuowen had completely entered a selfless state. From his arms to his fingers, from his mental energy to the 9 Heavens Thunder blazing flame, everything was as nimble as flowing water as they continued in an orderly manner. Under this selfless state, the soul refinement and soul extraction between his hands were actually completed in an instant. Boom! At this moment, a glint flashed across Zhuowen's eyes. His right palm suddenly slammed onto the green stone platform, causing the yuan core in his palm to instantly crack open inch by inch. A monstrous bestial roar suddenly spread out, and a small and exquisite beast spirit appeared in the palm of his right hand. At the same time, Zhuowen's left hand was not slow at all. Like passing through flowers and leaves, his left hand reached into the core of the 9 Heavens Thunder blazing flame. Following which, his hand clenched, and the ball of viscous liquid in the core of the flame was held in his palm. The soul refinement and soul extraction were actually completed at the same time. At this moment, there was only a little bit of incense left on the incense burner. There was not much time left. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen tossed both his hands. The beast spirit and the medicinal liquid simultaneously flew into the air. Zhuowen gently opened his right arm, and a deep blue cold air suddenly poured out. In an instant, it wrapped around the beast spirit and the medicinal liquid. The beast spirit and the medicinal liquid began to fuse and solidify within the extreme cold air. Dong! The loud and clear sound of a bell gradually rose in the entire training grounds, resounding in every corner. The glowing figure glanced at the lonely figure on the green stone platform, sighed, and shouted, "Time's up." Whoosh! At the same time, Zhuowen's feet pushed off the ground, and like a swallow, he leaped into the cold air in the air. His right hand reached out, and he pulled out a sparkling and translucent yuan crystal. At the last moment, Zhuowen had finally finished refining the seal-breaking crystal. Phew! It's really daunting but not dangerous. This little guy really hid his strength well. Not only does he have initial grade 3 mental energy, but he also has an earth fire, the 9 heavens thunder blazing flame, in his body. What's even more unbelievable is that this little guy is too courageous. He actually dared to perform both the soul refinement and soul extraction at the same time. In the VIP seats, Master Kuya gently sighed, and said with a smile on his face. He didn't want Zhuowen to lose just like that. If Zhuowen lost just like that, he was afraid that Qiu Chou and Master Huiyun would lose the bet, and the price of losing would naturally be the Arcane Guild compensating Qiu Chou with a grade 4 origin array. This kind of loss was simply unbearable. Ouyang Yuntu slightly nodded, and his eyes were filled with amazement. He finally understood why Qiu Chou admired the ordinary young man, Zhuowen. Huiyun, it seems that Zhuowen isn't simple. The result of your bet with Qiu Chou is a little uncertain, isn't it? Master Han Yun, who was sitting next to Master Huiyun, glanced sideways at Master Huiyun, who had an ugly expression, and gloated. Humph! This kid has indeed exceeded this old man's expectations. However, in terms of mental energy, he's only at the initial 3rd grade, which is slightly inferior to Su Yang. In terms of origin source flames, Su Yang's star flame isn't inferior to this kid's 9 heavens thunder inferno. Therefore, the champion of this arcane ceremony will still belong to our Nding city. Master Huiyun coldly snorted and said indifferently. In the Spirit Curse Tower, it's not a competition of origin source flames. It's a competition of mental energy and willpower. Zhou Yi's strength isn't inferior to Su Yang's. Are you so confident that your Nding city's Su Yang will win? Master Han Yun was quite displeased with Master Huiyun's attitude and coldly mocked. We'll know who's stronger and who's weaker when the Spirit Curse Tower is opened. Master Huiyun didn't argue with Master Han Yun. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his face as he said indifferently. Compared to the attitude of the big shots in the VIP seats, the audience in the other seats were in an uproar. Zhuowen's performance just now was too dazzling and amazing. It made many people feel as if their blood was boiling. Master Kuraki and Master Xianling, who were originally sitting in the more remote seats of the VIP seats, were the most shocked. Master Kuraki wasn't too surprised as he already knew some of Zhuowen's trump cards. However, Zhuowen's amazing performance of multitasking left him dumbfounded and amazed. On the other hand, Xianling was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. After a long while, she recovered and looked at Master Kuraki beside her and said, "Kuraki, no wonder you were so confident before the arcane ceremony. It turns out that your disciple's mental energy has already reached the initial 3rd grade. What a monster! Kuraki, your luck is too good. Even your disciple is so much better than mine." Under the gazes of many people, Zhuowen's expression was calm. He slowly walked to a place and sat down cross-legged. He began to silently wait for the next action of the glowing figure. After the glowing figure glanced at Zhuowen, it pointed at the edge of the platform with its right hand and said in a voice full of vicissitudes, "Although seal-breaking crystal isn't very difficult for everyone, it isn't that easy to refine a seal-breaking crystal of high quality." In the corner, there is a stone pillar that is as tall as a person. It is used to test the quality of the crystal. As long as the crystal is of high quality, 6 of the 10 red crystals on the pillar will light up. The higher the quality, the more red crystals will light up. If 10 of them light up, it means that the crystal is of perfect quality and the score is 10 points. As soon as the glowing figure finished speaking, everyone's gaze followed the direction of the glowing figure's finger. Sure enough, there was a stone pillar that was about 10 feet tall at the edge of the platform. There was a groove at the top of the stone pillar. It was obviously used to place the crystal. Above the groove were 10 red crystals, which should be used to test the quality of the crystal. Let's start according to the order of refining the crystal. Su Yang, you go first. The glowing figure spoke again. Su Yang raised his eyebrows and walked proudly towards the stone pillar. He then slowly placed the seal-breaking crystal in his hand into the groove of the stone pillar. In an instant, 9 of the red crystals above the groove lit up. The quality of the crystal refined by Su Yang this time was almost perfect. Such a result could not help but cause an uproar among many people on the platform. Not bad, just 1 point away from perfect quality. Su Yang, 9 points. Pass. The glowing figure looked at Su Yang in surprise and then spoke again. Next up were Zhou Yi, Su Qi, and Xuan Ai. Zhou Yi and Su Qi's crystal quality reached 8 points, while Xuan Ai's crystal quality reached 7 points. As time gradually passed, the arcanists on the platform placed their crystals into the stone pillar one by one. There were happy and sad expressions on their faces. In just an hour, the 100 arcanists had finished their tests. When the 99th arcanist saw that only 5 red crystals had lit up on the stone pillar, he gloomily took the crystals and left. Lu Yang, 5 points. Fail. Eliminated. Next up, Zhuowen. When the glowing figure called out Zhuowen's name, all the arcanists on the platform turned their heads and focused their gazes on the calm-looking young man. They really wanted to know if the seal-breaking crystal that the young man in front of them had refined at the last moment was of superior quality. Even Su Yang narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhuowen's name. He couldn't help but focus on Zhuowen. Chapter 283. The third stage. At this moment, Zhuowen's every move attracted the attention of almost everyone on the platform. Even the VIP seats were silent. Everyone was looking forward to seeing if the quality of the seal crystal that Zhuowen had hurriedly produced could reach a high grade. After all, Zhuowen's refinement technique on the platform just now was really too shocking. Refining the soul and extracting the soul were two completely unrelated steps, yet they were actually carried out by the youth before them at the same time. This extremely audacious refinement technique really shocked many people, but at the same time, it also aroused the suspicion of some people. In such a short period of time, with such a shocking refining method, just what level could the quality of the refined crystals reach? Bang! Taking large strides, Zhuowen arrived in front of the stone pillar. Without any hesitation, he directly pressed the seal crystal fragment in his hand into the groove at the top of the stone pillar. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the stone pillar suddenly trembled. Soon after, the 10 red yuan crystals in the groove actually completely lit up. The red light was as dense as blood. The red light emitted by the 10 red crystals suddenly condensed together at this moment. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, it converged into a red pillar of light that was so thick that it would take a person to wrap their arms around it. It shot straight into the sky and dyed the sky within the training field blood red. 10 red crystals lit up at the same time. Perfect quality. The glowing figure's right hand trembled, and his body could not help but stagger. His eyes stared straight at the blood-red pillar that almost broke through the sky, and he could not help but exclaim loudly. All the arcanists on the platform raised their heads to look at the sky as disbelief filled their faces. They had never thought that Zhuowen, who had only used a third of an incense stick's worth of time to refine the soul and extract the soul at the same time, would be able to refine the seal-shattering crystal to a perfect level. Su Qi, whose face was originally full of ridicule, had long since been replaced by shock. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at the blood-red pillar of light that shot straight into the sky, and she suddenly fell silent. Su Yang's face was still indifferent, but the tightly clenched fists under his sleeves exposed the turmoil in his heart. Ha! A perfect quality seal crystal. Zhuowen, this brat, is really good. In such a short period of time, he was actually able to refine a perfect quality origin crystal. This brat's talent is really terrifying. In the VIP seats, Chiu Chou suddenly laughed loudly, his face full of joy. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yuntu and Master Kuya were also very excited. After all, Zhuowen was representing Broken Rock City in this Arcana ceremony. The more outstanding his performance was, the more glory they would feel. They didn't want the spotlight to be stolen by the Arcanists from Anding City and Yeyang City. Are you kidding me? All 10 red crystals were lit up, and the quality was perfect. This Zhuowen. Master Huiyun suddenly clenched his fists. The expression on his face could no longer conceal the shock in his heart. His eyes bulged as he stared at the blood-colored light pillar that pierced through the sky in the training field. In the end, he muttered to himself. Master Han Yun, who was standing beside him, couldn't remain calm either. The shock on his face was even greater than Master Huiyun's. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Old dog Huiyun, didn't you say at the beginning that Zhuowen would lose for sure? Now open your dog eyes and take a good look. Not only did this brat Zhuowen complete the refinement of the seal crystal in the last 1/3 of the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, but now the quality of the seal crystal he refined has reached a perfect level. Chiu Chou suddenly turned his head, looked at Master Huiyun behind him with a mocking gaze, and laughed mockingly. Master Huiyun was stunned when he heard Chiu Chou calling him an old dog. No matter how good his temper was, he couldn't stand Chiu Chou calling him such an insulting name in public. However, because he was afraid of Chiu Chou's strength, he could only swallow it down and didn't dare to say a word. Moreover, the quality of the seal crystal refined by Zhuowen had reached a perfect level. It was even better than his disciple Su Yang's. This was an indisputable fact, and he couldn't refute it. After thinking about it, he could only remain silent and sulk by himself. Looking at Master Huiyun's unlucky appearance as if he had eaten a fly, Ouyang Yuntu and Master Kuya couldn't help but feel happy. Master Huiyun relied on his 2 advanced grade 3 disciples to be extremely arrogant in the VIP seats. If it wasn't for Chiu Chou's sudden intervention, they might have been ruthlessly ridiculed by Master Huiyun without daring to refute. The blood-colored light pillar that pierced through the sky disappeared in a flash. When the light pillar disappeared, Zhuowen reached out with his right hand and retrieved the seal crystal from the groove on the stone pillar. Then, he walked back to his original position with a calm expression. Zhuowen wasn't surprised by this result. After all, the seal crystal this time was refined with the help of the 9 heavens thunder blazing flame and extreme arctic frost. In particular, extreme arctic frost was the overlord of all the earth-grade cold energies. Zhuowen had already guessed that he would be able to refine a perfect level yuan crystal. A total of 60 people passed the second stage. The remaining 40 people were eliminated because the quality of their yuan crystals didn't reach a high level. The glowing figure scanned the people on the platform and said in a calm tone. After hearing this, Zhuowen noticed that many people in the group were dejected and had vexed expressions. Obviously, these people were the Arcana Masters whose yuan crystals didn't reach the standard. It's really difficult. Although I can refine a complete seal-breaking crystal, it's still a long way to go before it reaches the upper grade. Sigh. I'm really unlucky. The yuan crystal I refined was at the peak of the medium level. It was just a little bit away from reaching a high level. What a pity. Looks like I'm not fated to participate in this year's Arcana ceremony. At the same time, many people began to complain. For a moment, the platform was filled with people. Those who have been eliminated can't stay in the celestial star formation for long. I'll now teleport all of you out. The glowing figure completely ignored the complaining Arcana Masters on the platform. He waved his sleeve and 40 rays of starlight suddenly descended from the stars in the sky, enveloping the eliminated Arcana Masters. In the blink of an eye, the eliminated Arcana Masters disappeared from the platform amidst the starlight. After sending off the eliminated Arcana Masters, the glowing figure looked down at the crowd from the sky. His indifferent voice sounded again, "Congratulations everyone. Since you've all passed the second stage, I'll now announce the third stage. As I said before, the third stage is the Soul Curse Tower on the other side. The final reward is on the 8th level. Whoever reaches the 8th level first will be the final winner. If everyone understands the rules of the third stage, then the third stage will now begin. The seal in front of the Soul Curse Tower can be broken by using a seal crystal. You may enter the tower directly. Also, I'd like to remind everyone that the spiritual pressure inside the Soul Curse Tower is extremely terrifying. If you really can't endure it, it's best to act according to your strength." The glowing figure's words were like a bomb that ignited a wire, causing a huge commotion on the platform. The eyes of the remaining Arcana Masters on the platform were filled with anticipation and desire. After all, the Soul Curse Tower was indescribably beneficial to Arcana Masters. Even if they couldn't win, being able to cultivate inside would still bring them great benefits. Whoosh! 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 For a moment, many of the Arcana Masters on the platform couldn't wait any longer. They activated the mental strength in their bodies and wrapped it around their bodies. Then, like arrows released from a bow, they shot toward the Soul Curse Tower in the distance. When the Arcana Master at the front was about to touch the seal of the Soul Curse Tower, he immediately raised the seal crystal in his hand and released the power of the crystal to his heart's content. Ripples immediately appeared on the seal, and then a hole as tall as a person appeared, allowing the Arcana Master to enter the other side of the seal. However, the hole only existed for a very short time. As soon as the Arcana Master passed through the seal, it disappeared. Obviously, this was set up to prevent Arcana Masters who relied on a seal crystal to take advantage of the situation. Su Yang, who was standing at the edge of the platform, glanced at the Soul Curse Tower in the distance. He suddenly turned around and stared at Zhuowen with narrowed eyes, coldly and arrogantly saying, "You're called Zhuowen, right? At such a young age, you already have the mental strength of an initial 3rd grade. At the same time, you also possess a powerful earth fire like the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame. I'm afraid you're the number 1 person among the younger generation of the Broken Rock City's Arcane Guild. You're really scheming. You've been hiding your strength from the beginning. However, being able to refine a perfect seal crystal doesn't mean anything. Once we enter the Soul Curse Tower, I'll let you know that the gap between you and me is still very big." Xuanai, who was not far away, heard Su Yang's words. Her pretty face also turned deathly pale. Then, her cold and beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen with a complicated expression. She finally knew why Zhuowen was able to face her with such a calm expression 5 days ago. It was because the young man in front of her was not weaker than her. Or rather, he was slightly stronger than her. Thinking of this, Xuanai's mouth revealed a self-mocking smile. "Oh. Are you done? If you're done, then hurry up and get lost. Don't block my way," Zhuowen said lazily as he glanced indifferently at Su Yang, who felt so full of himself. Su Yang and Su Qi, who was beside him, could not help but be stunned when they heard this. They did not expect the young man in front of them to not give Su Yang any face. Instead, he directly scolded him, "You." Su Qi's pretty face was filled with anger. She was about to step forward and teach this arrogant young man a lesson when she was stopped by Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang narrowed his eyes and looked straight at Zhuowen. He coldly said, "I hope you can still be so arrogant after we enter the Soul Curse Tower. Little sister, let's go first. With that, Su Yang pulled Su Qi and rushed toward the Soul Curse Tower. Chapter 284. Entering the Soul Curse Tower, Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered as he watched Su Yang and Su Qi enter the Spirit Spell Tower. He took a step forward and shot towards the Spirit Spell Tower like a bolt of lightning. When he was still 10 miles away from the Soul Curse Tower, Zhuo Wen's figure came to a halt as he was blocked by a transparent restriction. For a moment, transparent ripples appeared in front of him. What a powerful restrictive power! Zhuo Wen's face couldn't help but be surprised as he touched the restriction in front of him. It's just as Master Kuya said. Only an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert can forcefully break through a restriction like this. It's impossible for them to break through it. Looks like I'll need a seal crystal to do so. As he spoke, Zhuo Wen took out the seal-breaking crystal from his bosom and poured his yuan energy into the crystal. Instantly, a powerful energy fluctuation burst out from the crystal. What surprised Zhuo Wen was that when the ripple of energy approached the restriction in front of him, it was like the most corrosive acid. A hole as tall as a person instantly appeared in the restriction. Without any hesitation, Zhuo Wen took a step forward and charged into the hole. After passing through the restriction, Zhuo Wen arrived in front of the Soul Curse Tower. The Soul Curse Tower had a total of 9 floors. Every floor was dozens of meters tall. Mental energy flowed on the surface of the tower like colorful streams of light, emitting a colorful glow. The door to the first floor was 10 meters tall. It was wide open on both sides. At a glance, the inside of the door was pitch black, making it look rather eerie and strange. Zhuo Wen stood in front of the door and quietly stared at the majestic Soul Curse Tower. His heart was filled with shock. From Master Kuya's introduction, the Soul Curse Tower was actually built purely from the interweaving of mental energy. Just how much mental energy would be required to build such a majestic Soul Curse Tower? Swoosh! 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 An ear-piercing sound immediately rang out beside Zhuo Wen. Numerous figures passed by Zhuo Wen, impatiently rushing through the door. Clearly, these participants could no longer contain the excitement in their hearts. They wanted to see the splendor of the Soul Curse Tower. It said that the Soul Curse Tower is a strange treasure created by countless Arcanist ancestors in Broken Rock City. The mental energy of this treasure is so enormous that it's not weaker than the legendary 5th grade Arcana Master. Zhuo Wen's eyes were filled with fanaticism as he muttered to himself. He had only heard of the existence of a grade 5 Arcana Master in legends. It was said that even the ruler of the Qing Xian Empire, the Qing Emperor, did not dare to slight an Arcana Master of such strength. However, grade 5 Arcanists were too rare. Even the president of Broken Rock City's Arcane Guild, Master Kuya, was only at the peak of the lesser success of grade 4. Moreover, Master Kuya had been stuck at the lesser success of grade 4 for more than 10 years without any progress. It could be seen how difficult it was to advance one's mental strength after reaching grade 4. Let's go in. Kid, the Soul Curse Tower is indeed a good thing. It gathers the mental energy of countless Arcanists and has the effect of increasing one's perception. Furthermore, I can sense that there are many hidden benefits within the Spirit Curse Tower. Black's excited voice immediately sounded in Zhuo Wen's mind. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen nodded slightly and took a step into the door. Once he entered, Zhuo Wen suddenly felt a strong mental energy pressure rush towards him. It instantly enveloped him. Zhuo Wen couldn't help but feel his body sink and his knees bend slightly. As expected of the Soul Curse Tower. The mental energy pressure on the first floor is actually not weaker than that of an initial grade 2 Arcana Master. If an initial grade 2 Arcana Master were to enter the first floor, they would probably have a hard time. With a shake of his shoulders, the yuan power in his body erupted and easily dispelled the mental energy pressure on his body. The first floor wasn't very big. It was about the size of Vine Armor City's God's Stone Plaza. There weren't many people on the first floor. Only a few figures were walking slowly and unsteadily. It was obvious that they were the weakest among those who entered the Soul Curse Tower this time. Their strength was around the initial Grade 2 Arcana Master. In the center of the first floor was a flight of steps made of limestone. The steps led to the second floor. Zhuowen took a step forward and quickly walked towards the center of the steps. Under the envious gazes of the unsteady figures, Zhuowen arrived in front of the steps. There wasn't a trace of fatigue or burden on his face. When he arrived in front of the steps, Zhuowen discovered that the steps were actually formed by the interweaving of pure mental energy. The surface of the steps flickered with a golden light and overflowed with colorful lights. It gave off a somewhat unreal feeling. Moreover, the mental energy pressure on the steps was much denser than the other places. It seems that the Soul Curse Tower's mental energy pressure is mainly on the steps. I'm afraid this is the Soul Curse Tower's test. If I can cross it, I will successfully enter the next floor. If I can't, I will be eliminated. After glancing at the steps, Zhuowen took a step forward and directly stepped onto the steps. In an instant, the countless amounts of mental energy on the steps were like compressed air as they continuously converged on Zhuowen's body. The terrifying power it produced was almost enough to cause the air to explode. With a cold snort, Zhuowen slightly shifted his shoulders. The yuan power in his body surged out and formed a thin layer of yuan power on the surface of his body. The mental energy that was like a tidal wave was immediately blocked by the yuan power on the surface of Zhuowen's body. Thud thud thud. In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen stepped onto the steps and disappeared at the end of the first floor. On the first floor, the few Arcana Masters who were walking unsteadily stared blankly at the youth who had easily stepped onto the steps. That must be Zhuowen. The youth who refined the perfect seal crystal and suppressed Su Yang in the second round. Sigh. He's quite a bit younger than us, but his mental energy cultivation is far above ours. However, when I saw Zhuowen step onto the steps, why didn't I sense any mental energy being released from him? That's right. I didn't sense any mental energy undulations from Zhuowen's body either. Instead, a layer of yuan power appeared on the surface of his body and easily blocked the mental energy pressure from the steps. At this point, the few Arcana Masters were suddenly shocked as if they had thought of something. They couldn't help but look at each other and exclaim, the yuan power on the surface of Zhuowen's body is actually yuan power. He actually used yuan power to block the mental energy pressure from the steps. Doesn't this mean that his martial arts realm isn't weak at all? After entering the second floor, Zhuowen discovered that there were a lot more people on the second floor than on the first floor. Moreover, the mental energy pressure on the second floor was many times stronger than on the first floor. It should have reached the level of advanced grade 2 Arcana Masters. Those who were still lingering on the second floor were basically advanced grade 2 Arcana Masters. Perhaps they would have an easier time on the first floor, but it would be much more difficult on the second floor. This was because the mental energy pressure on the second floor was no weaker than that of an advanced grade 2 Arcana Master. Upon reaching the second floor, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the mental energy pressure on the second floor was much stronger and purer than on the first floor. Moreover, Zhuowen was delighted to discover that other than the mental energy pressure that was constantly pressing down on him, there was also a trace of strange and refreshing energy on the second floor. This trace of strange energy was like a scanning lens. It passed through the surface of Zhuowen's body and seeped into the Naiwan Palace between his eyebrows. A refreshing feeling suddenly rose in Zhuowen's mind. It was as if he had suddenly taken a cold shower on an extremely hot summer day. It was extremely refreshing. This energy. Silently feeling the refreshing energy in his mind, Zhuowen squinted his eyes and muttered to himself in pleasant surprise. Hee. This is the most precious benefit of this Spirit Curse Tower. It contains the comprehension of countless Arcana Masters. This thing can greatly increase your comprehension ability and allow you to break through the shackles in front of you as soon as possible. Xiao Hei's voice sounded in a timely manner. Silently feeling the refreshing energy and the refreshing feeling that seeped into his body, Zhuowen could also clearly feel that his mind's thoughts were much lighter than before. Clearly, this was a benefit brought about by the mental energy. However, this feeling was not very strong. Clearly, the mental energy on the second floor was not very strong. After all, the mental energy on the second floor was only at the level of advanced grade 2 Arcana Masters. The amount of mental energy it could provide was definitely not much. With my mental energy of advanced grade 3 Arcana Masters, the amount of mental energy that the mental energy on the second floor can provide is probably too little for me. Zhuowen lowered his head and muttered to himself in thought. The mental energy on the first floor of the Spirit Curse Tower is at the level of advanced grade 2 Arcana Masters, while the second floor is at the level of advanced grade 2 Arcana Masters. I'm afraid that only the mental energy on the fifth floor will be able to obstruct you to a certain extent. The mental energy on the fifth floor is not weaker than that of an advanced grade 3 Arcana Master. The mental energy on the fifth floor will most likely be of great help to you. Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his mind once again as she analyzed the situation in a clear and logical manner. You're right. However, according to the pattern you've described, wouldn't the mental energy on the 8th floor be at the level of grade 4 Arcana Masters? That level of mental energy is something that even I, as an advanced grade 3 Arcana Master, would find difficult to endure. Suddenly thinking of something, Zhuowen suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. It's just mental energy. It's not like a level 4 Arcana Master has personally descended. I'm afraid the mental energy on the 8th floor isn't that frightening. However, it shouldn't be something that an ordinary grade 3 Arcana Master can endure. However, you have quite a few trump cards on you. Entering the 7th floor shouldn't be a problem. As for the 8th floor, it's a bit of a stretch. Xiao Hei's voice also revealed a trace of helplessness in his mind. Clearly, the difficulty of the Spirit Curse Tower had exceeded her expectations. Chapter 285. Advanced Grade 3-inch Breakthrough to Perfect Grade 3. The further one's mental energy is, the harder it is to break through. Breaking through to Perfect Grade 3 won't be so easy. Zhuowen said helplessly as he narrowed his eyes. Even so, this Spirit Curse Tower is an opportunity for you. After being tempered and baptized by the mental energy pressure here, as well as the endless amount of enlightenment energy gushing out from the tower, you will be able to raise your mental energy for a short period of time. All you need is an opportunity. After all, you are not far from perfect grade. Xiao Hei said casually. Yes. Even so, the enlightenment energy on the second level is too little. If I want to break through, I will need to reach the 5th level of the Spirit Curse Tower. After replying casually, Zhuowen scanned his surroundings. Soon after, he locked onto a flight of stairs in the far left corner. This flight of stairs should be the passageway to the 3rd level. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen suddenly stomped his foot. Immediately, the soles of his feet overflowed with electricity. It was rather dazzling in the 2nd level, and a thunderous rumble suddenly sounded out. The other contestants, who were originally concentrating on the 2nd level and silently absorbing the enlightenment energy on this level, were naturally awakened by Zhuowen's rather loud commotion. Their faces revealed looks of anger. However, when they saw that the owner of the noise was Zhuowen, who had performed spectacularly in the 2nd stage, none of them dared to utter a word. They knew that although the youth before them looked ordinary, he possessed powerful initial grade 3 mental energy. At the same time, he also had an earth fire like the 9 heavens thunder blazing flame in his body. In their opinion, Zhuowen's strength and talent were already comparable to Su Yang, Su Qi and Zhou Yi. If not for the fact that Zhuowen was only around 17 or 18 years old, his mental energy level would not be much weaker than the 3 of them. In fact, he might even surpass them. Zhuowen ignored the respectful gazes directed at him from the surroundings. His speed was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning, he directly entered the stairs and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. The area of the third floor was much larger than the first and second floors, but the number of people was much smaller. Those who could make it to the third floor were all arcanists above grade 2 perfection. They could be considered the elites among the participants of this arcana ceremony. Zhuowen. After roughly sweeping a glance at the situation on the third level, Zhuowen planned to directly rush up to the fourth level. However, he did not expect that a voice would suddenly call out to him from behind. Subconsciously turning his head, Zhuowen saw a young man wearing a purple robe. The young man had a gentle expression, fair skin, and looked rather confident and handsome. He was the disciple of Master Mystic Spirit, Ouyang Yateo, and also the genius sent by the city lord's mansion. In fact, Ouyang Yateo was rather unlucky. Originally, with his grade 2 perfection mental energy, he would have performed well in the Arcana ceremony. However, he did not expect that this year's Arcana ceremony would attract the geniuses of the two super cities, Anding City and Yeyang City, to participate. The geniuses sent by these two super cities could be said to be monstrous. They actually had the strength of an advanced grade 3 perfection. With such monstrous geniuses in front of him, even though Ouyang Yateo's strength was not bad, it was obvious that he was rather mediocre in comparison. Looking at Ouyang Yateo, who was sweating profusely and panting behind him, Zhuowen could not help but be taken aback. Immediately, he turned around and walked to Ouyang Yateo's side. The mental energy in his body violently surged out, forming a small barrier between the two of them to prevent the erosion of the mental energy pressure. Ouyang Yateo's expression relaxed as he felt the mountain-like pressure on his body recede like a receding tide. Soon after, he looked at the young man in front of him with a complicated expression and said, "Thank you, Brother Zhuo. I really did not expect Brother Zhuo to be hiding such powerful strength. Back then, I had misjudged you." Zhuowen waved his hand and said indifferently, "It was not my intention to hide my strength. It was that old man Song Mu who forced me to hide my strength in order to gain a slight advantage in the Arcana ceremony. I just don't know why Brother Ouyang asked me to stop. With Ouyang Yateo's strength, it would be difficult for him to continue to advance to the fourth floor." Zhuowen knew that Ouyang Yateo suddenly stopped him not to ask him to help him enter the fourth floor. This was because Ouyang Yateo's strength was only at complete grade 2. Even if Zhuowen helped him enter the fourth floor, it would be difficult for him to withstand the terrifying mental energy pressure on the fourth floor. Ouyang Yateo's expression was slightly hesitant. He gritted his teeth and said, "Zhuowen, Master Tsang Mu is an arcanist belonging to our Broken Rock City's Arcane Guild. As Master Tsang Mu's disciple, your participation in the Arcana ceremony is actually representing the arcanists of Broken Rock City. Moreover, I can feel that your strength is definitely stronger than Xuan I, Ouyang Yateo, hope that you can represent Broken Rock City to obtain the top 3 in this Arcana ceremony. For this, you will gain the friendship of our city governor's mansion." At this point, Ouyang Yateo suddenly cupped his hands respectfully and said in a rather solemn manner. Zhuowen was startled. He immediately understood Ouyang Yateo's meaning. After all, this Arcana ceremony was held by Broken Rock City. If the top 3 spots of this Arcana ceremony were to be occupied by the arcanists of Anding City and Yeyang City, Broken Rock City would really lose a lot of face this time. As the manager of Broken Rock City, the prestige of the city governor's mansion would probably decline. As a direct descendant of the city governor's mansion, Ouyang Yateo had obviously considered this point. "Don't worry. The reward for this Arcana ceremony is a grade 4 origin array. I have already reserved that item long ago." The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled slightly as he said with a faint smile. Ouyang Yateo was startled when he heard this. Then, he said bitterly, "Brother Zhuo, although your mental energy has reached the level of initial grade 3, Zhou Yi from Yeyang City and the Su siblings from Anding City are all advanced grade 3 arcanists. Among them, Zhou Yi and Su Yang have been in the advanced grade 3 arcana ceremony for a long time. I'm afraid that they have already reached the peak of the advanced grade 3 arcana ceremony. Only Su Qi has just reached the advanced grade 3 arcana ceremony not long ago. His realm has yet to completely stabilize. With Brother Zhuo's strength, you should be able to barely defeat Su Qi. As for Zhou Yi and Su Yang, it will be a little difficult. Brother Zhuo, you should act according to your ability. As long as you obtain the third place, you will be able to more or less restore the prestige of Broken Rock City. Brother Ouyang. This time, there are not only 3 advanced grade 3 arcanists, but 4. Zhuowen suddenly turned his head and smiled as he stared at Ouyang Yateo in front of him. 4. Brother Zhuo, don't joke around. There are clearly only 3. Su Yang and Su Qi from Anding City and Zhou Yi from Yeyang City. There are only 3 in total. How can there be 4? Ouyang Yateo suddenly laughed dryly with a strange expression on his face. Because the 4th person is me, Zhuowen. A wide smile suddenly bloomed on Zhuowen's face. At the same time, a wave of mental energy suddenly surged out from his body like a tidal wave. Boom! The powerful mental energy swept out in all directions like a monstrous wave. The power almost froze the air on the 3rd floor. Even the mental energy pressure that covered the entire 3rd floor retreated like an obedient puppy after Zhuowen fully unleashed his advanced grade 3 mental energy. The mental energy pressure on the entire 3rd floor retreated under the effect of Zhuowen's mental energy. In an instant, the seemingly solid pressure on the 3rd floor disappeared without a trace. Why did the surrounding mental energy pressure disappear? And this mental energy that suddenly appeared, what is it? Damn, this mental energy is so powerful. It even dispelled the mental energy pressure on the 3rd floor. I'm afraid this mental energy has already reached the advanced grade 3 arcanist level. Advanced grade 3 arcanist level. Only Su Yang, Zhou Yi, and Su Qi are advanced grade 3 arcanists in this arcana ceremony. However, I've seen these 3 people enter the higher levels of the spiritual curse tower. It's unlikely that they're on the 3rd floor. The few arcanists who were seated on the 3rd floor all opened their eyes at the same time as the mental power erupted. Their eyes were filled with confusion and shock, and the place immediately fell into a hubbub. At the same time, these people gathered their gazes on the source of the powerful mental energy. When they saw the slender figure of the young man, the scene became rather strange and quiet for a moment. This silence only lasted for a moment before it was filled with voices of disbelief. Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of surprise and disbelief because the owner of the mental energy was a young man of 17 or 18 years old. This young man was Zhuowen, who was in the limelight in the 2nd stage. It's actually Zhuowen. Wasn't he only at the initial grade 3 arcanist level in the 2nd stage? How did his mental energy improve in the blink of an eye and reach the advanced grade 3 arcanist level? Looks like we've underestimated Zhuowen. I'm afraid he's very likely to be the dark horse of this arcana ceremony this time. He's younger than Su Yang, but his strength isn't any weaker than the former. Moreover, his body has a powerful earthly fire like the 9 heavens thunder inferno. When the surrounding exclamations and noises exploded in an instant, Ouyang Yateo, who was standing in front of Zhuowen, was completely stunned. His pupils shrank as he stared blankly at the young man in front of him and the powerful tide-like mental energy that almost flooded the entire 3rd floor. Zhuowen, you're actually an advanced grade 3 arcanist. Could it be that you didn't use your full strength in the 2nd stage? Ouyang Yateo suddenly felt that his throat was a little dry. In the end, he smiled bitterly and said, "Now you know why I'm confident that I'll be the champion of this arcana ceremony, right? So you can rest assured that the champion of this arcana ceremony will never fall into the hands of Anding City or Yiyang City." Patting Ouyang Yateo's shoulder, Zhuowen smiled slightly. The mental energy in his body was immediately withdrawn into his Naiwan palace. After that, he greeted Ouyang Yateo and directly rushed toward the stairs leading to the fourth floor. Chapter 286. The fourth level. On the fourth level of the Spirit Curse Tower, heavy footsteps slowly drifted out like the panting of an old bull. The area of the fourth level was extremely large. However, there were only 6 figures in this spacious area. They were slowly walking with heavy footsteps towards the center of the fourth level. There was a staircase that looked like a tombstone standing there. Among the 6 figures, the one closest to the steps was a young man with an indifferent expression and a trace of arrogance between his brows. This person was Su Yang from An City. At this moment, Su Yang had his hands behind his back as he slowly walked towards the center of the steps as if he was taking a stroll. There was not a trace of fatigue on his face. Not far behind Su Yang was Zhou Yi from Yiyang City. Zhou Yi's expression was rather relaxed as he followed closely behind Su Yang. Behind them were Su Qi and Xuanai. Su Qi's pretty face did not seem to be burdened, but Xuanai was drenched in sweat. Her pretty face was pale and her footsteps seemed rather heavy. The 2 people not far behind the 2 girls were the other 2 disciples sent by Yiyang City. They should be Zhou Yi's junior brothers and their strength was at the initial stage of grade 3. Their complexions were even worse than Xuanai's. Clearly, their strength was weaker than Xuanai's. Although the 2 of them and Xuanai's mental energy were both at the initial stage of grade 3, Xuanai's mental energy had already reached the peak of the initial stage of grade 3. She was only half a step away from reaching the advanced stage of grade 3. Naturally, she was much stronger than the 2 people sent by Yiyang City. I say, Miss Xuanai, you don't have to struggle anymore. The mental energy pressure on the 4th level of the Spirit Curse Tower is not weaker than that of an initial stage of grade 3 Arcana Master. With your strength, it will be difficult for you to walk on this level. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to pass the 4th level. Su Qi cast a sidelong glance at the sweaty figure behind her. Her red lips curled up as she laughed mockingly. Xuanai bit her lower lip and coldly glanced at Su Qi. Then, she ignored her and continued to walk forward step by step. Her expression was focused and persistent. Don't you know your own limits? So what if you pass the 4th level? With your initial 3rd rank strength, do you think you can reach the 8th level? Su Qi coldly snorted when she saw that Xue ignored her. Under the powerful mental pressure of the 4th floor, Xuanai's footsteps became even heavier, but she still gritted her teeth and continued forward. It's not the last moment yet. Are you so sure that your Ding City will win the championship of this Arcana ceremony? As she walked with heavy steps, Xuanai glanced coldly at Su Qi and said indifferently. Oh. Don't tell me you're still harboring the thought of getting lucky. With the current strength of your Broken Rock City, do you think there is anyone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with our Ding City? Even you, the number 1 disciple of Broken Rock City, are only at the advanced 3rd grade. You can't even compare to me, let alone my big brother. The sarcasm on Su Qi's pretty face intensified as her tone became heavier. Do you really think that your brother Su Yang is invincible? In the 2nd round, the crystals he refined were not as good as Zhuowen's. Moreover, Zhuowen is much younger than your brother. Therefore, in terms of talent, your brother is not as good as Zhuowen. If Zhuowen was the same age as your brother, his strength would have surpassed your brother long ago. Xuanai's heart was filled with anger at Su Qi's unbridled ridicule and could not help but retort. Su Qi's expression changed. Xuanai was right. For Su Yang, who was the strongest among everyone, the quality of the broken seal crystal refined in the 2nd round was actually worse than Zhuowen, who was only at the initial 3rd grade. This matter was naturally fresh in her memory. What a sharp-tongued girl. That Zhuowen's talent is indeed not bad, but his strength is only at the initial 3rd grade after all. His strength is not much higher than yours. What do you think that guy can do in this spiritual spell tower? I'm afraid he can only watch us climb up the tower step by step. Su Qi sneered. Buzz. At this moment, Su Yang, who was at the front, had already reached the center step of the fourth floor. Su Yang turned his head slightly and looked around. When he did not find Zhuowen's figure, he sneered, with that guy's strength, it should be more than enough to ascend to the fourth floor. However, if he still hasn't come, I'm afraid he won't dare to come. Brother Su, could it be that you're waiting for Zhuowen? Zhou Yi, who was behind him, also caught up. When he saw Su Yang, who was in front, looking behind him as if he was looking for something, he asked with a faint smile. He. That kid's attitude outside the spiritual spell tower was rather arrogant. I originally wanted to teach that brat a lesson on the fourth floor, but I didn't expect that he still hasn't come up. I'm afraid he doesn't dare to come up. However, since he doesn't dare to come up, forget it. To me, that Zhuowen is just a clown. Su Yang placed his hands behind his back, his handsome face filled with arrogance. That kid's performance in the previous 2 rounds was rather dazzling. Even in the second round, he overshadowed you, brother Su Yang. You're just angry and want to teach that Zhuowen a lesson. Zhou Yi glanced at Su Yang and sneered. Brother Zhou Yi, you're really talkative today. Since that Zhuowen still doesn't dare to come up, I don't need to waste any more time here. In this arcana ceremony, you're the only troublesome opponent. As long as I can surpass you, the champion of this arcana ceremony will be mine. After taking a deep look at Zhou Yi, Su Yang directly took a step forward and stepped onto the stairs. Then, with a few clean steps, he reached the top and disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking at Su Yang's disappearing figure, Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. There was a trace of battle intent in the depths of his eyes. With a hearty laugh, he also directly entered the 5th floor. Number 1 genius of Broken Rock City, I won't accompany you any longer. You can slowly persevere on the 4th floor. Seeing that both Su Yang and Zhou Yi had entered the 5th floor, Su Qi was not to be outdone. He glanced at Xuanai indifferently and increased his speed. Not long after, Su Qi also arrived in front of the stairs. Without the slightest reluctance, Su Qi directly raised her leg and directly braved the intense mental energy pressure on the stairs. She bravely stepped up, and soon, her beautiful figure disappeared at the entrance of the stairs to the 4th level. Looking at the 3 people who had disappeared on the stairs, Xuanai bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. Her pretty face was filled with unwillingness. She was very unwilling. She was unwilling to accept that her strength was so weak. She was unwilling to accept that the champion of this arcana ceremony was snatched by another city. She was unwilling to accept that none of the top 3 arcanists from Broken Rock City had a spot. The unwillingness in her heart continuously brewed and finally turned into grievance. Xuanai's cold and beautiful eyes were now filled with a delicate expression. The mist in her eyes also became denser and denser, almost dripping down. It's not time to give up yet. I have to at least pass through the 4th floor and reach the 5th floor. Master has placed too much hope on me. I can't let him down. Gently wiping her slightly red eyes, a trace of determination once again burst forth from Xuanai's eyes. Thud thud thud. Step by step, Xuanai pouted and gritted her teeth. She hardened her heart and finally reached the top of the stairs. There were a total of 10 stairs to the 5th floor. The closer one was to the 5th floor, the stronger the mental energy pressure. Feeling the powerful mental energy pressure transmitted from the stairs, Xuanai's pretty face once again paled. Her delicate body continuously bent her knees under the pressure, almost kneeling on the ground. I must go up. Her pretty face was filled with stubbornness. Finally, Xuanai took a step forward. With a buzzing sound, the countless mental energy pressure on the stairs was like an explosion in the air as it ruthlessly pressed toward Xuanai. The powerful force caused Xuanai's extended foot to stop in midair. Step over. Xuanai's eyes shrunk. The mental energy in her Naiwan palace poured out without any regard for her life. She actually forcefully suppressed the mental energy pressure on the first step. Thud. 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 As though she had fallen into a swamp, Xuanai took one step at a time along the stairs with great difficulty. She continued to climb upwards. Her delicate body forcefully endured the enormous mental energy pressure on the stairs that grew stronger and stronger. In the end, Xuanai directly climbed up to the 9th step. As long as she passed through the 10th step, she would be able to directly enter the 5th floor. You must succeed. Clenching her teeth, Xuanai suddenly took a step forward and directly walked towards the 10th step. Buzz. An intense buzzing sound suddenly sounded. Following which, a tornado-like mental energy pressure swept over from all directions. It was like countless tidal waves that directly surged towards Xuanai one after another. Ugh! The powerful mental energy pressure was like a heavy hammer as it ruthlessly struck Xuanai's chest, causing her to directly spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, her body was like a rock that was sent flying as it directly flew backwards. I can't step over, looks like our broken rock city really has no hope for this arcane ceremony. In mid-air, the corners of Xuanai's mouth revealed a bitter smile as she muttered to herself. Then, she slowly closed her eyes. You haven't lost yet. Suddenly, a clear voice slowly sounded in the 4th level. After which, a figure swiftly rushed forward. With a gentle shake of his right hand, a powerful mental energy directly surged out. It actually transformed into a huge palm and directly caught Xuanai, who was flying backwards, in the palm of his hand. Xuanai only felt a gentle power gently acting on her back. Soon after, she discovered that her body that was flying backwards had stopped at this moment. After stabilizing her body, Xuanai suddenly turned her head and looked over. She saw a slender figure slowly walking over from the entrance of the 4th floor with a calm expression. At the same time, an extremely powerful mental energy surrounded this figure. It was like countless hurricanes were surrounding him. The mental energy pressure from the 4th floor was unable to seep in. Chapter 287. The 5th floor. Zhuowen, you're actually an advanced grade 3 Arcana Master. You've been hiding your strength all this time. Xuanai's mouth was slightly agape as she involuntarily exclaimed. You can say that. Leave the rest to me. With your current strength, entering the 5th floor is a little too difficult. Zhuowen glanced at Xuanai as he smiled faintly. Looking at the calm young man in front of her, Xuanai's pretty face revealed a bitter smile. Looks like she really misjudged him back then. The young man in front of her, whom she did not take seriously at the beginning, actually possessed mental energy that surpassed hers. This was something she did not expect. Gritting her teeth, Xuanai nodded and said, yes. You have to be careful. Su Yang, Su Qi, and Zhou Yi are not easy to deal with. Also, Broken Rock City is really relying on you this time. I hope you don't lose. Don't worry. I came to participate in the Arcana ceremony this time for the grade 4 Yuan array. Even if you don't say it, I won't lose. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen's lips curled into an arc. Following which, he stomped his foot and directly walked towards the stairs. With Zhuowen's advanced grade 3 mental energy, the pressure of the 4th floor did not affect him at all. Hence, Zhuowen took a few steps and directly crossed the 10th step to enter the 5th floor. Staring at the figure that instantly disappeared on the stairs, Xuanai's eyes were filled with a complicated expression. In the end, she sighed softly and muttered to herself, this time, it's all up to you, Zhuowen. Outside the arena, everyone in the VIP seats cast their gazes towards the Soul Spell Tower in the center of the training grounds. At this moment, the surface of the Soul Spell Tower was densely packed with dazzling light dots, as if they were stars in the night sky, constantly flickering. If one took a closer look, they would see similar dots of light on every floor of the Curse's tower. These dots of light represented the number of people in the tower. There were 60 Arcana Masters who had entered the Curse's tower, so these dots of light added up to 60 people. The second floor had the highest number of dots, accounting for almost 80% of the total number of dots. Clearly, most of the Arcanists were stuck on the second floor, while the third and fourth floors had even fewer. The fourth floor had 6 dots of light. Ouyang Yuntu stared at the specks of light above the Soul Curse Tower and whispered with a smile, "These little fellows are quite fast. 6 of them have already reached the fourth floor." As soon as Ouyang Yuntu finished speaking, 3 dots of light on the fourth floor of the Spirit Curse Tower disappeared. Then, 3 dots of light appeared on the 5th floor. Clearly, 3 people had entered the 5th floor. Ouyang Yuntu frowned as he muttered to himself, "They're really fast. It's only been a short while, but 3 people have already entered the 5th level. Those 3 specks of light should be Yeyang City's Zhou Yi and An City's Su siblings. Only these 3 advanced rank 3 Arcana Masters are able to pass through the 4th floor so easily." Master Kuya frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "I wonder if Xuanai and Zhuoan will be able to successfully reach the 5th floor. The mental pressure on the 4th floor is still somewhat threatening to an initial rank 3 Arcana Master." Ouyang Yuntu frowned slightly and said with some worry. As for Chiu Cho, he sat in his seat without saying a word. His face was as calm as water, but his gaze was fixed on the Soul Curse Tower in the distance. He believed that Zhuoan wasn't simple, which was why he had so easily agreed to Master Huiyun's bet. "Zhuoan, you better buck up. This time, this old man's bet is a little too big." Chiu Chao's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself in an almost inaudible voice. When Master Huiyun, who was sitting in the back row, saw the 3 specks of light on the 5th floor, the corners of his mouth curved into a proud smile. He muttered in a low voice, "This Chiu Cho is really too confident. He clearly knows that our city has 2 advanced rank 3 Arcana Masters participating this time, yet he dares to make a bet with me. Is he relying on Zhuoan, who is only at the initial rank 3 Arcana Masters? The Arcana Masters of Broken Rock City are nothing to be afraid of. You can only blame Chiu Cho for trusting Zhuoan too much. Think about it, that kid is only at the initial rank 3 Arcana Master. No matter how heaven-defying he is, it's not very likely that he can defeat an advanced rank 3 Arcana Master." Master Hanyun, who was beside Master Huiyun, sneered. As soon as Master Hanyun's words left his mouth, an uproar arose in the VIP seats. "Another person has entered the 5th floor." This uproar caused Master Hanyun and Master Huiyun to turn their heads. Their gazes converged on the Soul Curse Tower. When they saw that there were 4 specks of light on the 5th floor, their pupils abruptly shrank. "There's actually someone who can enter the 5th floor. Who is this person? Could it be Zhuoan?" Master Hanyun frowned and said with some surprise. Master Huiyun's expression was rather unsightly. He didn't expect that there would be someone else who had the strength to enter the 5th floor besides Su Yang, Zhou Yi, and Su Qi. Logically speaking, the mental pressure on the 5th floor shouldn't be weaker than that of an advanced rank 3 Arcana Master. Zhuoan and Xuanai were merely at the initial rank 3 Arcana Masters. It was rather difficult to enter the 5th floor with the mental strength of an initial rank 3 Arcana Master. However, there was someone who had entered the 5th floor. Another person has entered the 5th floor. If this person isn't Xuanai, then it's Zhuoan. Ouyang Yuntu also noticed that there was an additional speck of light on the 5th floor of the Soul Curse Tower. His eyes flashed as he laughed loudly. It shouldn't be Xuanai. With Xuanai's mental strength, it'll be very difficult for her to reach the 5th floor. This person should be Zhuoan. Master Kuya muttered to himself. Xuanai was his personal disciple, and Master Kuya was well aware of her capabilities. I knew that Zhuoan was extraordinary. Being able to enter the 5th floor already means that this kid's mental strength is much stronger than an ordinary initial rank 3 Arcana Master. Chiu Cho, who was originally calm, suddenly laughed out loud. The mental pressure on the fifth floor of the Soul Curse Tower was extremely strong. Even the surrounding air seemed to have solidified. After reaching the fifth floor, Su Yang and the other two were no longer as relaxed as they were on the fourth floor. Among them, Su Yang and Zhou Yi frowned slightly. However, they still walked forward with their heads held high. However, their speed was much slower, as if they were taking a stroll. As for Su Qi, who was slightly weaker, her speed was much slower than the other two. Although she could still walk, it was rather strenuous for her. It was obvious that the pressure on the fifth floor was a clear hindrance to Su Qi. Little sister. How do you feel? Su Yang also noticed Su Qi's condition. He stopped slightly and asked with a frown. It's all right. Big brother, you go first. I can still hold on. If you can become the champion of the Arcana ceremony this time, you will be able to obtain the rank 4 Yuan array. That thing is incomparably important to you. Su Qi's pretty face was slightly pale, but she still smiled at Su Yang. Brother and sister are really close. However, that rank 4 Yuan array does not necessarily belong to your brother. It should belong to me, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi slowly walked forward and coldly smiled. Su Yang nodded at Su Qi. Then, he coldly glanced at Zhou Yi and indifferently said, Brother Zhou Yi, are you really so confident that you can become the champion this time? However, I can regretfully tell you that you have no chance at all. No chance at all. Brother Su, your words are too full of yourself. There is not much difference between our strengths. How can I not have a chance? Zhou Yi sneered. However, the smile on Zhou Yi's face quickly froze. This was because an extremely powerful mental strength suddenly surged out from Su Yang's body. This mental strength far surpassed Zhou Yi's own. This mental strength? What the hell, Su Yang, you actually made a breakthrough. After regaining his senses, Zhou Yi's cheeks flushed red as he could not help but exclaim. I was lucky enough to make a breakthrough a month ago. Brother Zhou Yi, do you think that with your rank 3 advanced mental strength, you have the qualifications to compete with me for the rank 4 Yuan array? Su Yang disdainfully glanced at Zhou Yi. Then, he took large strides and directly rushed towards the stairs in the corner. His perfect third-grade mental strength surged out and immediately suppressed the mental strength pressure on the stairs. Then, Su Yang unceremoniously left the 5th floor and entered the 6th floor. Damn it! Damn it! Su Yang actually made a breakthrough. Zhou Yi was stunned for half a second. Then, he angrily stomped his foot and fiercely cursed. Su Qi, who was behind Zhou Yi, coldly smiled and said rather mockingly, I've already said that the champion of this arcane ceremony will definitely be my big brother, Su Yang. You have no chance at all. Looking at the mocking smile on Su Qi's pretty face, Zhou Yi's expression became even uglier. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. He knew that since Su Yang's mental strength had already advanced to the level of a perfect 3rd grade, there was no doubt that he would be the champion of this arcane ceremony. Your City Arcane Guild has really hidden your strength well. In the past, you've always been quiet. I didn't expect you to have 2 disciples at the level of a perfect 3rd grade. Moreover, Su Yang has even reached the level of a perfect 3rd grade. But forget it. Against Su Yang, who is at the level of a perfect 3rd grade, I have no chance of winning at all. I'll just stay on this floor and absorb the power of comprehension inside. Zhou Yi sighed. After knowing that he had no chance of winning, Zhou Yi appeared somewhat dejected. Then, he directly sat cross-legged on the ground and simply began to cultivate. Buzz. At this moment, a fluctuation suddenly transmitted from the entrance of the 5th floor. This fluctuation was like a ripple in the water, spreading in all directions and immediately attracted the attention of Zhou Yi and Su Qi. This fluctuation? Could it be that someone else has entered the 5th floor? Su Qi was the first to react. Then, she realized something and suddenly looked toward the entrance. Zhou Yi was obviously attracted by this fluctuation. He frowned slightly, twisted his neck, and cast his gaze toward the entrance of the 5th floor. A slender figure slowly stepped out from the entrance. His body was tightly wrapped by a hurricane-like mental strength. As soon as this figure appeared at the entrance, he looked around and began to size up the surrounding environment. Zhuowen? How is that possible? He's just a 3rd-grade lower-stage arcanist. How did he enter the 5th floor? After seeing the figure clearly, Su Qi's beautiful eyes shrank and she could not help but exclaim. No, what a powerful mental strength. This mental strength has already reached the level of a 3rd-grade upper stage. This Zhuowen is actually a 3rd-grade upper stage arcanist. Zhou Yi's eyes were sharp. At a glance, he sensed the powerful mental strength on Zhuowen's body. Chapter 288. Powerful. The moment he entered the 5th level, Zhuowen felt a mental energy pressure that was several times stronger than the one on the 4th level. It was like a tidal wave as it poured towards him, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily bend his knees. The mental energy pressure on the 5th level is actually so strong. However, the comprehension power on the 5th level is much stronger than the previous few levels. After adapting to the surrounding mental energy pressure, Zhuowen slowly stood up and surveyed his surroundings. He saw Su Qi and Zhou Yi, who were nearby, looking at him in astonishment. Ignoring the astonished faces of Su Qi and Zhou Yi, Zhuowen only silently sensed the slowly seeping comprehension power around him. At the same time, he began to rapidly circulate the 10,000 expansion scripture. He could feel that the mental energy in his Naiwan palace was growing at a rather frightening rate under the infiltration of this comprehension power. Moreover, due to his cultivation of the 10,000 expansion scripture, Zhuowen had already split the mental energy in his Naiwan palace into 81 strands. These 81 strands of mental energy were all at the peak of the advanced 3rd grade. In other words, Zhuowen's mental energy was so enormous that it was comparable to the mental energy of 81 arcana masters at the peak of the advanced 3rd grade. With such enormous mental energy, I'm afraid that even a perfect 3rd grade arcana master cannot compare to it. The 10,000 expansion scripture is indeed a top secret skill even in the ancient times. Such an abnormal effect is enough to allow an arcana master who cultivates this secret skill to casually kill an enemy of a higher level. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he quietly muttered to himself. After all, this 10,000 expansion scripture was extremely famous in the ancient times. Back then, the 10,000 expansion sect was an extremely large monster in the entire continent. The reason why the 10,000 expansion sect was so prosperous was because of this 10,000 expansion scripture. Xiao Hei's voice slowly rang out in his mind. Zhuowen nodded slightly. After practicing the myriad evolution scripture, Zhuowen naturally knew how powerful it was. To put it bluntly, although Zhuowen was only at level 3 advanced realm, even Su Yang might not necessarily be a match for him now. The mental energy pressure of the 5th level has already reached the level of advanced 3rd grade. I only need to release 5 streams of mental energy and I should be able to withstand it. Squinting his eyes, Zhuowen's mind moved. 5 rank 3 advanced mental powers suddenly poured out and turned into 5 mental barriers around his body. As soon as the 5 mental barriers were formed, Zhou Yi and Su Qi, who were standing nearby, narrowed their eyes. They looked at the 5 mental barriers around Zhuowen's body in disbelief. How is that possible? How did Zhuowen do it? He can actually release 5 strands of mental strength, and the strength of his mental strength is actually at the level of level 3 advanced stage. Su Qi's cherry lips parted slightly. She simply could not understand what was happening to Zhuowen. How could a person possess 5 streams of mental energy? Zhou Yi's face was also filled with indescribable astonishment. He also felt that Zhuowen's mental energy was inconceivable. Thud thud thud. Ignoring Zhou Yi and Su Qi, who were still in shock, Zhuowen took a step forward and directly walked towards the stairs in the corner. His steps were vigorous and calm, and there was no trace of burden on his face. This guy wants to directly go to the 6th level. Su Qi's long, shapely eyebrows slightly furrowed. Soon after, she coldly said to Zhuowen's figure, "Stop." When he heard this, Zhuowen's footsteps paused slightly. Soon after, he continued to walk forward, completely ignoring Su Qi's call. When she saw Zhuowen's indifferent attitude, Su Qi stomped her foot. Her pretty face was incomparably red with anger as she shouted, "Are you deaf? I'm telling you to stop." As she spoke, the mental energy in Su Qi's body suddenly erupted, directly transforming into an invisible sharp arrow. With a buzzing sound, the sharp arrow formed from mental energy pierced through countless spatial ripples and suddenly swept towards Zhuowen's back. Along the way, countless air explosions sounded as if they were exploding. Clang! The sharp mental energy arrow, which seemed to have the power to tear through the air, finally sank into Zhuowen's back. However, when it was about 10 inches away, the mental energy barrier on the surface of Zhuowen's body suddenly lit up. Soon after, a clear and melodious sound of metal clashing abruptly filled the air. The sharp mental energy arrow actually directly froze and stopped 10 inches away from Zhuowen's back. Looking at the figure who had blocked her mental energy arrow without moving at all, Su Qi was suddenly stunned. She did not expect the young man in front of her to be so powerful that he could easily block the mental energy arrow she had released. What made her even more aggrieved was that Zhuowen did not move at all. He only quietly walked forward and was actually able to block her attack. This made the arrogant Su Qi somewhat incredulous. How can this guy be so strong? Su Qi subconsciously said this sentence. Thud. At this moment, the originally advancing figure suddenly stopped and turned around. A pair of eyes filled with coldness stared coldly at Su Qi behind him. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish now." At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Originally, he did not want to pay attention to Su Qi. After all, his goal was the earth fire in Su Yang's body. There was no need to waste time on Su Qi. However, Su Qi's unruly words and methods of attacking at the slightest disagreement had thoroughly angered Zhuowen. Boom! With that, Zhuowen's legs bounced as if there were springs on his feet. With a dazzling speed, he suddenly rushed towards Su Qi. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the stunned Su Qi. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist as powerful mental energy continuously wrapped around his arms. Then, he unceremoniously punched towards Su Qi's abdomen. Su Qi was also shocked by Zhuowen's sudden attack. However, her reaction was fast enough. With a thought, she gathered the vigorous mental energy in her Naiwan palace in front of her, forming an invisible mental energy wall in front of her. "Break for me." With a cold snort, Zhuowen suddenly punched out. That powerful force seemed to have squeezed the surrounding air until it exploded. Then, it ruthlessly slammed into the mental energy wall in front of him. Boom! 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 For a moment, at the intersection of the fist and the mental energy wall, countless air pressure accompanied by a terrifying mental energy pressure almost turned into a spiral-shaped cyclone that spread out at the intersection. Then, there was a violent explosion, as if countless bombs had exploded at the same time. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Then, in the blink of an eye, the surface of the seemingly thick mental energy wall was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Then, the cracks began to spread in all directions, and finally, with a loud bang, it shattered into countless pieces. Looking at the mental energy wall that had almost shattered into powder, Su Qi's pretty face suddenly turned deathly pale. For a moment, she was stunned on the spot. She could only watch as the fragments of the mental energy wall slowly drifted away in front of her eyes. Then, a thick and powerful arm suddenly swept over as if it had broken through the air and fiercely grabbed her jade-like neck. His right hand suddenly grabbed Su Qi's jade-like neck and gently lifted her up. Zhuowen's eyes were full of ruthlessness as he coldly said, "Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" Su Qi was already scared silly. Ever since she was young, she had never felt that death was so close to her. She could clearly feel the chilling killing intent in the eyes of the young man in front of her. She did not doubt that if given the chance, the young man in front of her would definitely kill her without mercy. "Brother Zhuo, Su Qi is a genius of Settlement City. If you kill her, I'm afraid that it will cause a war between Settlement City and Broken Rock City. You should carefully consider the consequences." By the side, Zhou Yi was also stunned by Zhuo Wen's sudden attack. However, he quickly regained his senses and frowned as he spoke. "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to lecture me?" Zhuowen coldly said as he glanced at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's expression could not help but turn sluggish when he heard this. He did not expect Zhuowen to not give him any face. After all, he was the #1 genius of Yeyang City's Arcane Guild and was a highly respected arcanist in Yeyang City. "I'm already giving you face by calling you Brother Zhuo. Do you really think that you're invincible?" Zhou Yi's expression was gloomy as he coldly said. "Noisy fellow, die." With a wave of his hand impatiently, the 5 mental barriers surrounding Zhuowen's body suddenly split apart and transformed into 5 giant mental palms that ruthlessly pressed down on Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly activated the mental energy in his body and formed a mental barrier in front of him to block Zhuowen's mental palms. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering sound suddenly exploded throughout the entire 5th floor. The 5 giant mental palms in front of Zhou Yi carried a monstrous gravity as they ruthlessly smashed against the mental barrier in front of him. The loud sound created was almost as loud as a mountain falling. Pfft! The enormous pressure almost caused Zhou Yi to vomit blood. At this moment, Zhou Yi's face was filled with horror and regret. Only now did he understand how terrifying Zhuowen was. Crack! After another round of violent bombardment, a crack gradually appeared on the mental barrier in front of Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi immediately turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Brother Zhuo, wait. I don't care about the conflict between you and Su Qi. I don't care anymore. Don't care. It's too late now." Zhuowen's face was filled with ruthlessness. His right hand suddenly pressed down. The 5 giant mental palms in the air were like 5 mountains that pressed down with a rumble. Bang! A loud shattering sound like glass suddenly rang out. Then, the mental barrier in front of Zhou Yi suddenly shattered inch by inch, turning into countless transparent fragments. Pfft! Chapter 289. The Pursuit Bang. The loud sound of a heavy object falling to the ground suddenly rang out. Zhou Yi fell heavily to the ground, almost smashing the ground made purely of mental energy into pieces. He then rolled over a dozen times before coming to a stop, lying on his back not far away, his aura weak. Looking at Zhou Yi lying on the ground like a dead dog, Su Qi, who was being held in Zhuowen's hand, widened her beautiful eyes, a deep fear emerging in the depths of her eyes. Zhou Yi's mental energy had reached the peak of the 3rd grade, and his strength was much stronger than hers. She did not expect him to be so easily dealt with by this young man in front of her. Su Qi finally understood how terrifying this young man was. "Don't kill me, I'm willing to give you everything in my Qiankuan bag in exchange. Please don't kill me." Feeling the increasing force on her neck, Su Qi finally could not help but cry out in fear. "Oh." Zhuowen was startled, and then continued, "After killing you, your Qiankuan bag will naturally be mine. Do you think I need to let you go? Our Qiankuan bag is different from ordinary people's. On the surface, there is a restriction personally set up by my master, Master Huiyun. No one can undo this restriction except me." Su Qi said in a trembling voice. Oh. There's such a thing. Frowning slightly, Zhuowen reached out and took the Qianquan bag from Su Qi's waist. Sure enough, he found that there was a layer of invisible restriction on the surface of the Qianquan bag. He could feel that this restriction was very strong, and even he would find it difficult to break it. Tossing the Qianquan bag in his hand, Zhuowen said rather mockingly, "Even the Qianquan bag has a restriction personally set up by a 4th-grade arcana master. I'm afraid there's something different inside, right? Tell me, if you can satisfy me, I'll let you go." Looking at the indifferent young man in front of her, Su Qi could not help but gulp. She said in a trembling voice, "The Qianquan bag contains an inherited secret spirit skill of our settlement city's Arcana Guild. You should know the value of this inherited secret spirit skill. That thing should be enough to exchange for my life." Zhuowen's expression froze when he heard this. He had naturally heard of secret spirit techniques that were passed down through the generations. Secret spirit techniques were extremely precious to begin with. Many arcana masters might not even be able to obtain a secret spirit technique in their entire lives. If they wanted to obtain a secret spirit technique, they would have to rely on a large organization. Because most of the secret spirit skills were monopolized and owned by the major forces, ordinary secret spirit skills were quite common. For example, the secret spirit skill, Golden Light Sword, that Zhuowen had obtained from Old Man He Xian was an ordinary secret spirit skill with mediocre power. Since martial arts were divided into different grades, then secret spirit skills were naturally divided into different grades. As far as Zhuowen knew, secret spirit skills were roughly divided into normal, inherited, legendary, and epic. Moreover, each grade was divided into low, middle, and high. Strictly speaking, Old Man He Xian's Golden Light Sword could only be considered an ordinary middle-rank secret spirit skill. The Golden Light Sword was somewhat useful to Zhuowen back then, but as Zhuowen grew stronger, the Golden Light Sword was no longer of any use to Zhuowen. Zhuowen did not expect that Su Qi's Qianquan bag would actually contain an inherited level secret spirit skill. This surprised Zhuowen, but at the same time, there was a trace of joy in his heart. If he could obtain an inherited level secret spirit skill, Zhuowen's strength would probably reach another level. If it's really an inherited level secret spirit skill, I won't kill you. Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he put down Su Qi and handed her the Qianquan bag. Su Qi bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth and sighed slightly. She knew that she had no other choice now. If she did not compromise, only death would await her. Thinking of this, Su Qi formed a seal with both hands. Then, she bit her thumb with her silver teeth, and cherry-red blood dripped into the Qianquan bag. Then, she struck the seal in her hand into the blood. Then, with a buzzing sound, the restriction on the surface of the Qianquan bag suddenly broke like a tide. Here. Su Qi gritted her teeth and threw the Qianquan bag to Zhuowen. After receiving the Qianquan bag, Zhuowen immediately used his mental energy to scan the inside. He actually found quite a number of 3rd-grade origin crystals and a 3rd-grade origin array. This surprised Zhuowen. 3rd-grade origin crystals were priceless. Su Qi actually had so many of them in her Qianquan bag. It seemed that she was quite valuable. However, what caused Zhuowen to be pleasantly surprised was one of the grade 3 origin arrays. A grade 3 origin array was much more valuable than a grade 3 origin crystal. If it was placed in an auction house, it would probably be able to be sold for several tens of thousands of Emperor Yuan pills. Shifting his gaze away from the 3rd-grade origin crystals, Zhuowen noticed an unremarkable jade strip in a corner. With a thought, Zhuowen took the jade strip in his hand. He closed his eyes and directly sent his mental energy into the jade strip. Not long after, Zhuowen opened his eyes. There was a trace of fervent joy in his eyes. The jade strip indeed recorded an inherited level secret spirit skill called the Creation of Life Array. It used powerful mental energy to weave a formation along a fixed path. This formation could be used both offensively and defensively. It was rather useful. It is indeed an inherited level secret spirit skill. Zhuowen laughed in a carefree manner as the corners of his mouth revealed a slight smile. When Su Qi saw Zhuowen's joyful expression, she cautiously sized up Zhuowen and cautiously said, "Then you can let me go. You can rest assured. Although I, Zhuowen, am not a good person, I at least know how to keep my word. Since you have already paid the inherited level secret spirit skill, I will naturally not kill you." Zhuowen indifferently glanced at Su Qi, who was lying limply on the ground. He directly took Su Qi's Qianquan bag and directly walked towards the stairs. However, when he passed by Zhou Yi, who was like a dead dog, Zhuowen did not stand on ceremony and kept the latter's Qianquan bag. At the same time, he gave Zhou Yi a kick, causing Zhou Yi's eyes to roll wildly and he nearly foamed at the mouth. When he arrived in front of the stairs, Zhuowen's mind moved. The 5 streams of mental energy once again transformed into a tortoise-shell-like mental energy barrier around Zhuowen, completely covering him. Then, he suddenly took a step forward and directly disappeared from the stairs to the 5th floor. Su Qi wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. Her beautiful eyes looked at the disappearing figure with a complicated expression as she bitterly said, "I originally thought that the only person who could enter the 6th floor was Big Brother, whose strength had reached 3rd grade perfect. Who would have thought that Zhuowen, who no one cared about at the beginning, would actually have such powerful strength and be able to enter the 6th floor? This Zhuowen, who suddenly appeared, is definitely Big Brother's formidable opponent. However, Big Brother will not lose. After all, he still has that thing in his hand. It should not be a problem for him to enter the 8th floor." At this point, Su Qi's charming face regained some confidence. After all, Su Yang still had a trump card that he had not used yet. In the VIP seats, everyone's attention was fixed on the spiritual spell tower. When a dot of light suddenly appeared on the 6th floor of the spiritual spell tower, it immediately caused an uproar. "Finally, someone has entered the 6th floor. I didn't expect him to reach the 6th floor so quickly. That's the pressure of a 3rd grade perfect. The strongest contestant this time is Su Yang. I'm afraid that Su Yang will be the first to enter the 6th floor." While the VIP seats were in an uproar, Master Kuya, Qiu Chou, and the others' faces were as calm as still water. They silently stared at the changes in the spiritual spell tower. Although they were unhappy with Master Huiyun, Su Yang was indeed very powerful. Even they could not deny that Su Yang would be the first to enter the 6th floor. Master Huiyun's face was also filled with pride. As Su Yang's master, he knew that Su Yang's true strength had already reached the 3rd grade perfect. Previously, he had been hiding his strength. Master Huiyun believed that with Su Yang's strength at the 3rd grade perfect, he should be able to force his way into the 7th floor. As for the 8th floor, it would be very difficult for Su Yang to reach it no matter how heaven-defying he was. However, Master Huiyun was not worried at all. This was because Su Yang still had a trump card that he had not used. This trump card was naturally prepared for the 8th floor. Another person has entered the 6th floor. Look! Suddenly, an anxious exclamation sounded from the VIP seats again. Master Huiyun heard this and immediately turned his head. Indeed, 2 dots of light had appeared on the 6th floor. There's actually someone who has the strength to enter the 6th floor. With Su Qi's strength, it should be impossible for him to enter the 6th floor. I'm afraid that person should be Yiyang City's Zhou Yi. However, with Zhou Yi's strength at the peak of the 3rd grade perfect realm, I'm afraid that he will stop at the 6th floor. At this point, Master Huiyun suddenly glanced at the 5th floor and sneered inwardly, as for that Zhuowen, no matter how heaven-defying he is, he's only at the 3rd grade perfect realm. At most, he should be able to enter the 5th floor. The 7th floor. This person is so strong. He didn't stay on the 6th floor for long and actually went straight to the 7th floor. Another exclamation suddenly resounded throughout the VIP seats. Then, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at the dazzling dot of light on the 7th floor of the Spirit Incantation Tower. On the 6th floor of the Spirit Incantation Tower, the spiritual pressure was so dense that it was almost suffocating. As soon as he entered, Zhuowen's spiritual barrier was crushed by the surrounding spiritual pressure like a tidal wave. It was unstable and almost collapsed. The 6th floor is indeed abnormal. This level of spiritual pressure has probably reached the peak of the 3rd grade perfect realm. Even the spiritual barrier formed by 5 strands of spiritual force almost couldn't withstand it. Zhuowen couldn't help but sigh as he hurriedly stabilized the spiritual barrier around him. However, what made Zhuowen happy was that the perception on the 6th floor was even denser. The endless stream of perception was like a stream flowing into a river as Zhuowen crazily absorbed it. The spiritual force in his Naiwen palace also began to transform. As he sensed the constantly gathering perception around him, Zhuowen looked around but didn't see Su Yang's figure. He couldn't help but frown. Chapter 290. Snatching the star ignite, to be able to go from the 6th floor to the 7th floor in such a short period of time, it's impossible for an advanced grade 3 arcanist to do so. Even an advanced grade 3 arcanist would have a hard time on the 6th floor. It's only possible for a perfected grade 3 mental energy to reach the 7th floor in such a short period of time. This Su Yang is really not simple. Looking around at the empty surroundings, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He coldly snorted and muttered to himself, the strength of a perfected grade 3 arcanist. This Su Yang is probably hiding deeper than me. However, with 81 strands of mental energy, I'm not afraid. As he spoke, Zhuowen suddenly took a step forward. His Naiwen palace frantically spun out. Strands of mental energy, like swimming dragons, burst forth and surrounded Zhuowen's body, forming layer after layer of solid mental energy barriers. A total of 27 strands of mental energy, like bricks piling up a house, formed an unfathomable mental energy barrier around Zhuowen's body. It forcibly resisted the mental energy pressure of the 6th floor. After that, Zhuowen strode towards the stairs of the 7th floor. He couldn't let Su Yang beat him to it. On the 7th floor, a figure slowly walked unsteadily. His steps were heavy but steady. Bean-sized droplets of sweat continuously dripped down, almost forming small puddles around his feet. This figure was Su Yang. With his perfected grade 3 mental energy, Su Yang passed through the 6th floor without any obstacles. After all, the mental energy pressure on the 6th floor was only at the perfected grade 3 arcanist. With his current strength, passing through was naturally not difficult. Glancing behind him, Su Yang coldly laughed and muttered to himself, no one would have thought that I've already broken through to the perfected grade 3 arcanist realm. No one can stop me from becoming the final champion in this arcana ceremony. However, the mental energy pressure on the 7th floor is really terrifying. Although it's not at the level of a grade 4 arcanist, I'm afraid it's comparable to the mental energy pressure of a half-step 4th arcanist. With my current strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to reach the 8th floor. However, with that thing, I'll have a lot more confidence in reaching the 8th floor. Su Yang muttered as he walked. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful fluctuation spread out like a ripple on the 7th floor. Then, light footsteps slowly sounded on the empty 7th floor. The sudden fluctuation and the resounding footsteps caused Su Yang's pupils to shrink. A look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. He really couldn't imagine who else would have the strength to reach the 7th floor of the Spirit Curse Tower in this arcana ceremony. As he turned around abruptly, a slender figure suddenly appeared in his eyes. Then, Su Yang's pupils shrank again until they were as small as needles. Under his gaze, the figure that had just appeared at the entrance raised his head slightly, revealing a slightly delicate and pretty face. How is this possible? Shuo 1. How could you possibly have the strength to come to the 7th floor? Su Yang finally couldn't hold back the shock in his heart and cried out loudly. What? Can't I come to the 7th floor? The corners of Zhuo Wen's mouth curled into an arc. His eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he sneered. What a strange kid. His mental energy is clearly only at the advanced 3rd level, but he was able to reach the 7th floor. However, this is good too. I'll get rid of you here and save myself the trouble of making a move later. After calming down, Su Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. He stared coldly at Zhuowen, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. That's right. If I were to cripple you right here, your master would probably not say anything about it. After all, there are no restrictions on fighting in the Arcana Tower. As long as I don't kill you, no one can say anything. Zhuowen nodded seriously and said calmly. What a reckless fellow. You're about to die, yet you're still so arrogant. Su Yang's face immediately turned gloomy. With a thought, an extremely powerful mental energy rushed directly towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. The 27 mental barriers around his body instantly split into whips and entangled the mental energy that was heading straight for him. Boom! The mental energy released by Su Yang was instantly entangled by Zhuowen's 27 mental energy whips. As expected, you have some skills. However, you're still not qualified to be my opponent. Su Yang let out a cold snort and took a step forward. Then, his powerful spiritual energy surged out. Boundless mental energy immediately intertwined and outlined a fixed path in a 30-feet radius around Su Yang. In an instant, a strange formation had been formed around Su Yang. Within the formation, there were countless spiral-shaped needle-like objects that continuously revolved around Su Yang. Formation of eternal creation. Zhuowen frowned and couldn't help but mutter to himself. He had obtained this inherited level secret spirit skill from Su Qi. Now that he saw Su Yang use it, Zhuowen recognized it at a glance. Let me borrow your words from before. I won't kill you. I'll just cripple you. Su Yang sneered. With a light stomp of his foot, the countless spiral-shaped objects surrounding his body suddenly whooshed out like raindrops. Cripple me? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Zhuowen sneered. Suddenly, a blazing temperature rose around his body. Then, endless thunder fire emerged from his body and turned into a shield of thunder and fire in front of him. Bang! 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 Countless spiral-shaped objects rustled and landed on the fire shield. Immediately, slight ripples appeared on the surface of the fire shield. However, they didn't break through the defense of the fire shield. 9 Heavens Thunder Inferno. I forgot that you also have Earth Fire. However, I'd like to see if your 9 Heavens Thunder Inferno is more powerful than my Star Inferno. Seeing that the formation of eternal creation was blocked, Su Yang narrowed his eyes. Unwilling to be outdone, he stomped his foot and star-like flames surged out from his body. Then, they turned into a huge fire snake that suddenly pounced towards Zhuowen. Seeing the fire snake formed by the Star Inferno pouncing over, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. There was even a trace of joy in the depths of his eyes. I've been waiting for you to release the Star Inferno. Xiao He, take out the 9-will burning sky cauldron and keep the Star Inferno. I'll help you block Su Yang's attack. Zhuowen softly muttered. Then, he patted his Qinquan bag and took out a palm-sized round cauldron. At the same time, a black shadow scuttled out from between Zhuowen's brows. Then, a Xiao He dog stood on Zhuowen's shoulder with its hands behind its back. Then, it hooked its paw and directly grabbed the small round cauldron. With a mischievous smile, it said, "You can rest assured when this dragon lord handles things." Zhuowen glanced at Xiao He suspiciously. Then, he stomped his foot and focused on controlling the 9 Heavens Thunder Inferno outside his body to block the incoming Star Inferno. Rumble. When the two powerful earth flames collided, countless sparks instantly erupted. A loud, ear-piercing rumble suddenly erupted in the entire seventh floor. The powerful force even caused the surrounding air to explode. After blocking the star inferno, Zhuowen turned his head and shouted at Xiao He on his shoulder, "Xiao He, take advantage of this opportunity to attack." "Got it." Xiao He lazily replied. Then, its expression suddenly turned serious. With a flick of its paw, the round cauldron in its hand instantly expanded to dozens of feet in size. The nine-will burning sky cauldron was a three-legged round cauldron. Its golden exterior emitted a dazzling light. At the bottom of the cauldron, there were 9 large fire vents with 2 different colored flames burning. These 2 flames were the origin flames of the 9 heavens thunder inferno and the 3,000 jade lotus flame. "Keep it for this dragon lord." Xiao He's paw suddenly slapped the 3rd fire vent from the right to the left. The 9-will burning sky cauldron immediately trembled and emitted a low buzzing sound. Then, an extremely powerful suction force was continuously transmitted from within. On the other side, after Zhuowen took out the 9-will burning sky cauldron, Su Yang faintly felt that something was wrong. Now, the powerful suction force that suddenly came from the fire vent of the round cauldron was actually faintly sucking in the star inferno that he had unleashed. He immediately felt that something was wrong. "What is this thing of yours? It can actually absorb my star inferno?" Su Yang could not help but exclaim. "Your star inferno? It will soon be mine. Xiao He, be quick. Directly suck out the star inferno origin from this fellow's body." Zhuowen revealed a cold smile as he spoke to Xiao He beside him. "This dragon lord has never made a mistake. Brat, watch carefully." Xiao He waved its paw and an ink-black energy was injected into the 9-will burning sky cauldron. The other 8 fire vents at the bottom of the round cauldron actually produced an extremely powerful suction force. In an instant, the star inferno that was originally in a deadlock with the 9 heavens thunder inferno was sucked over. "Damn it! You want my star inferno? Don't even think about it." A trace of cold sweat appeared on Su Yang's forehead. However, he still did his best to control the star inferno so that it would not be sucked away by the 9-will burning sky cauldron. "You'd better take care of yourself first. Your star inferno is destined to change owners today." A clear voice suddenly rang out not far from Su Yang. Then, an extremely hot aura swept over. Su Yang tilted his head to look and saw that Zhuowen was wrapped in the 9 heavens thunder inferno. It was as if the 9 heavens thunder inferno was descending from the heavens. It ferociously descended towards Su Yang's head. The whip leg that was filled with intertwining lightning and fire was already accumulating power as it smashed towards Su Yang's head. If Su Yang did not dodge, he would most likely be hit by Zhuowen's whip leg and might even lose his life. However, if he dodged, his star inferno would really be completely sucked over by the 9-will burning sky cauldron. "Damn it! Zhuowen, you bastard, remember this." With a roar, Su Yang unwillingly leaped and directly dodged Zhuowen's whip leg that was sweeping down. In the end, Su Yang still chose his life. Rumble. Like a meteorite, the whip leg heavily smashed into the ground with lightning and fire, causing the ground to shatter. Like a spider web, the cracks spread several feet in all directions. Whoosh! The suction force of the 9-will burning sky cauldron suddenly increased and in one breath, it completely pulled out the star inferno from Su Yang's body. Puchi. Chapter 291. Su Yang, who had suffered a crushing defeat. "Zhuowen, you will regret this." Su Yang's expression was extremely gloomy as he watched the star flame being absorbed by the 9-will burning sky cauldron. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. "Regret? Even the star flame has been absorbed by me. Do you think you still have the qualifications to criticize me?" Zhuowen coldly laughed as he glanced at Su Yang indifferently. Buzz. At the same time, the nine-will burning sky cauldron finally absorbed all of the star flame. The cauldron trembled and emitted an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Then, it shrank to the size of a palm and entered Zhuowen's palm. Zhuo could feel the intense undulations from the struggling star ignition flame in the third fire vent of the nine-will burning heaven cauldron in his palm. He could not help but feel joy in his heart. He knew that as long as he could completely refine the star ignition flame, the pressure of the nine-will burning heaven cauldron would probably rise to another level. Kid. It was all thanks to this dragon lord's help that you were able to subdue the star flame. Xiao He returned to Zhuowen's shoulder and said smugly as he raised his head. Yes. Thank you very much for this time. You can go back first. I will deal with this Su Yang. Zhuowen said with a faint smile as he nodded slightly. Xiao He did not say anything. He nodded and directly turned into a black light that entered the depths of Zhuowen's forehead. Looking at the nine-will burning sky cauldron that had finished absorbing the star flame, Su Yang's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at Zhuowen with resentment and said, Zhuowen. You forced me to do this. Originally, I planned to use that thing to enter the 8th level. Now, I have no choice but to use it. As he spoke, Su Yang suddenly patted his Qinquan bag. An intense white light shot out and a transparent octahedral crystal appeared in Su Yang's palm. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Su Yang to be so confident even though he had taken away the star flame in his body. However, when Zhuowen saw the octahedral crystal in Su Yang's palm, his expression suddenly changed and his eyes narrowed. Grade 4 Origin Crystal, Dazzling God Crystal. You actually have such a precious origin crystal on you. Zhuowen's face sank, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The Brilliant God Crystal was a 4th grade origin crystal, and its main function was to increase an Arcana Master's mental strength by 50% for a short period of time. Its function was quite similar to the Blood Qi Crystal, but the main function of the Blood Qi Crystal was to increase martial strength, while the Brilliant God Crystal increased mental strength. Moreover, there were no side effects after using the Brilliant God Crystal. Humph. This Dazzling God Crystal is enough to raise my consciousness to the level of a half-step 4th rank Arcana Master. So what if you have Earth Fire? In front of great power, you're just an ant-like existence. The coldness in Su Yang's eyes became even more intense. Then, he directly crushed the Brilliant God Crystal. Immediately, the fragments of the origin crystal turned into countless transparent energies in the air and poured into Su Yang's body like a river entering the sea. Boom! In an instant, a huge pressure, like a 10,000-meter-tall mountain, came crashing down with a rumble. The powerful mental strength even forced the 7th floor's mental strength to retreat. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Yang, who was bursting with powerful mental strength not far from him. A grave expression appeared on his face. Just as Su Yang had said, after using the Brilliant God Crystal, his mental strength had far surpassed that of a perfect 3rd rank Arcana Master. It was probably comparable to a half-step 4th rank Arcana Master. Zhuowen. My, Su Yang's, things are never so easy to take. If you take my things, then you have to be prepared to die. Countless amounts of mental energy enveloped Su Yang's entire body like a hurricane. His feet slowly floated in the air as he indifferently looked down at Zhuowen. Prepared to die? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Do you really think that you can kill me after using the Brilliant God Crystal? The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled into a sneer as he said indifferently. You're still so arrogant even when you're about to die. You really don't know what's good for you. Go to hell. Su Yang shouted, and the powerful mind power that surrounded him suddenly condensed into a huge long sword in front of him. Swoosh! The long sword, which seemed to be real, cut through the sky. Along the way, there were countless explosions, almost tearing the air apart. Then I'll see how powerful your mental strength is after using the Brilliant God Crystal. Zhuowen was not to be outdone. He gently stomped his feet and the 27 mental strength around him immediately turned into 27 mental barriers. Boom! 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 The mental strength sword was like a hot knife through butter. When it came into contact with the mental barriers in front of Zhuowen, it only paused for a moment. Then, it directly pierced through without stopping. In the blink of an eye, it had directly pierced through 20 mental barriers. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He did not expect the mental strength sword to be so powerful. In an instant, it had pierced through 20 mental barriers. You do have some skill. With a cold snort, Zhuowen stomped his feet on the ground and directly flew back. At the same time, the remaining 7 mental barriers that were bitterly holding on in front of him shattered inch by inch. Want to escape? No way. Seeing the figure continuously retreating, Su Yang's eyes were filled with killing intent. With a thought, the mental strength sword in the air immediately buzzed. Then, it cut through the sky and once again rushed towards Zhuowen. Its speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Seeing the mental strength sword rushing towards him, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness. With a thought, his Naiwen palace once again started to crazily rotate. Then, an even more powerful mental strength gushed out. Like countless fish jumping out of the water, the mental strength appeared in front of Zhuowen. This time, Zhuowen released a total of 54 mental strength. 54 mental strength formed a thick mental barrier in front of Zhuowen. Layer after layer, it appeared incomparably thick. Boom! The mental strength sword once again collided with the mental barrier. However, this time, the mental strength sword did not easily pierce through the mental barrier like before. Instead, it became incomparably sluggish. How is this possible? This guy's mental strength has actually increased. How did he do it? Seeing the mental strength sword that was suddenly blocked, Su Yang's eyes widened and he could not help but frown. Break for me! With a loud shout, the 54 mental strength in front of Zhuowen suddenly compressed. It actually directly crushed the mental strength sword that pierced through it, turning it into nothingness. Why is this guy's mental strength so strange? It's clearly only at the advanced 3rd grade mental strength. Why is it so powerful? Even my mental strength sword was broken. Su Yang could no longer hide the shock on his face and exclaimed. Su Yang! Die for me! Just as Su Yang fell into a state of shock, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Then, a figure suddenly rushed towards Su Yang like a ghost. Along the way, it turned into countless afterimages, causing Su Yang to feel dazzled. Humph! Even though he's a little strange, he's still only a peak 3rd rank Arcana Master. No matter how strong he is, he's no match for me. The difference between a half-step 4th rank Arcana Master and a peak 3rd rank Arcana Master is like the difference between heaven and earth. Looking at the figure that rushed straight towards him, Su Yang coldly snorted. With a thought, the mental strength around him like a hurricane suddenly surrounded his entire body, directly turning into a thick mental barrier that was like a tortoise's shell. Boom! 54 mental strength directly poured into the mental barrier in front of Su Yang. It actually only caused the latter's mental barrier to shake a little. After that, there was no other movement. Zhuowen. Although I don't know why you, a advanced 3rd grade Arcanist, have so much mental strength in your body. But even if that's the case, so what? You still can't break through my consciousness barrier. That's the difference between a high-tier Arcana and a low-tier Arcana. Su Yang laughed loudly, his expression full of mockery. If 54 isn't enough, then 81. I don't believe that I can't completely destroy your mental barrier even if I increase my mental strength to 81. Zhuowen's face did not look flustered and exasperated. Instead, he said rather calmly. 54. 81. At this time, Su Yang was a little confused. However, just as he was puzzled, he was surprised to find that the mental strength in Zhuowen's body in front of him had skyrocketed again. His mental strength was actually much stronger than before. This guy can actually continue to increase the strength of his mental strength. How did he do it? At this time, Su Yang's face was as if he had seen a ghost. He could only stare blankly at the young man in front of him. 81 mental strength almost turned into an invisible giant mountain in midair. With unparalleled power, it fiercely smashed on the mental barrier in front of Su Yang with a rumbling sound. Kacha! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Then, Su Yang's pupils shrank as he found that the surface of the mental barrier in front of him was gradually showing traces of cracks. Finally, it completely shattered with a bang. Accompanied by countless mental fragments, Zhuowen's powerful mental strength finally fiercely smashed on Su Yang's body. Puchi! Fresh blood gushed out from Su Yang's mouth like a faucet that was not turned on properly. Then, his body was like a kite with a broken string, fiercely flying backward and finally landing on the ground. Whoosh! In an instant, he arrived in front of Su Yang. Zhuowen lifted his foot and stepped on Su Yang's chest. He bent down and hooked his right hand, taking the Qianquan bag from Su Yang's waist. With a mocking look in his eyes, he said, "There is a restriction set by your master in the Qianquan bag, right? Break this restriction." Until now, Su Yang still could not believe that he was defeated so easily. Moreover, he was defeated by the young man Zhuowen, whom he did not pay much attention to from the beginning. This made the arrogant him feel extremely sullen in his heart. "You want my Qianquan bag? Don't even think about it." Su Yang looked at Zhuowen with a venomous gaze and said coldly. "Not breaking? Then you can go to hell." His gaze suddenly turned cold. Zhuowen's mental strength suddenly condensed into a sharp arrow and fiercely shot towards the center of Su Yang's eyebrows. Seeing that the mental arrow was getting closer and closer, Su Yang's heart suddenly jumped. He could not help but shout, "Don't kill me, I will help you break the restriction." Whoosh! Chapter 292. 8th floor. With a toss of his right hand, Zhuowen threw the Qianquan bag to Su Yang as he coldly said, "Hurry up and break the seal on the Qianquan bag. Don't play any tricks, or I'll kill you immediately." Su Yang's face was filled with grievance. However, after sensing Zhuowen's murderous gaze, he could only sigh. He bit his thumb and formed a seal with both hands, drawing a strange array on the surface of the Qianquan bag. Only after the fresh blood had completely entered the Qianquan bag did Su Yang throw it back to Zhuowen. However, his face was filled with unwillingness. After receiving the Qianquan bag, Zhuowen discovered that the seal on the surface had indeed been broken. Joy involuntarily appeared on his face as he directly used his mental energy to investigate the situation inside. After a while, when Zhuowen withdrew his mental energy, a trace of joy immediately appeared on his face. Su Yang's Qianquan bag contained quite a number of crystals, and even 3 grade 3 yuan arrays. It could be said that Su Yang's value was much higher than Su Qi's. Zhuowen made a rough estimate. The value of Su Yang's Qianquan bag was equivalent to over 200,000 Emperor Yuan pills. This was a huge sum of money. Arcana masters are indeed extremely wealthy. Su Yang is merely a grade 3 Arcana master, but the value of the Qianquan bag on him has already exceeded the value of the Emperor Yuan pills I obtained from the ancient cave. Zhuowen could not help but click his tongue as he weighed the Qianquan bag in his hand. "Zhuowen, can you let me go now?" Su Yang glanced at Zhuowen and somewhat cautiously said. If Zhuowen still wanted to kill him after taking the Qianquan bag, he would have really suffered a double loss. Scram! Zhuowen suddenly kicked Su Yang's chest. Su Yang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew dozens of meters away. On the other hand, Zhuowen directly walked towards the stairs. "You, Su Yang," who was rolling on the ground, suddenly trembled as he viciously glared at Zhuowen's back. However, after witnessing Zhuowen's methods, he no longer dared to speak harshly. However, when he saw Zhuowen directly walking towards the stairs to the 8th floor, a mocking smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, although it was rather unbelievable that Zhuowen could defeat him, the mental energy pressure on the stairs to the 8th floor was much stronger than other places. He did not think that even Zhuowen could successfully ascend it. Arriving in front of the stairs, Zhuowen's eyes focused as he stared at the stairs that were formed purely from the interweaving of countless mental energy. His expression turned grave. He knew that as long as he ascended the stairs, he would be able to become the champion of this arcane ceremony. As for the grade 4 origin formation placed on the 8th level, it naturally belonged to him. Stomp. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen suddenly lifted his foot and stepped on the first step. Suddenly, a mountain-like pressure poured down, causing Zhuowen to almost lose his balance. Completely suppress it for me. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The mental energy around Zhuowen suddenly surged, blocking the erosion of the mental energy pressure on the stairs. Then, Zhuowen fiercely stomped his foot and finally stepped on the first step. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The moment he took the first step, Zhuowen lifted his foot again. He actually took 7 consecutive steps on the stairs and directly stepped on the 7th step. Boom! On the 7th step, the powerful mental energy pressure was like the water pressure in the deep sea. It continuously pressed down on Zhuowen in a spiral shape. 81 mental energy, block it for me. With a cold snort, the 81 mental energy around Zhuowen immediately surrounded his body in an oval shape. Layers of mental energy surrounded Zhuowen and finally completely blocked the pressure on the 7th step. Stomp. With another step, Zhuowen stepped on the 8th step. The pressure was like the intense pressure in the eye of a hurricane. The mental energy barrier formed by the 81 mental energy on the surface of Zhuowen's body shook a little. Stomp. At the 9th step, the mental energy pressure had become viscous and terrifying. It was as if every trace of pressure was like 1,000,000 tons of heavy objects pressing down on Zhuowen. It almost caused the mental energy barrier in front of Zhuowen to cave in. Step on the 10th step for me. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were almost scarlet red. The powerful pressure on the 9th step had almost crushed his mental energy. A trace of cherry-red blood began to flow from the corner of Zhuowen's mouth. However, his eyes were filled with determination and an unyielding expression. Stomp. Suddenly lifting his foot, Zhuowen fiercely stepped on the 10th step. The pressure on the 10th step had turned into a storm. It rotated in a spiral shape and ruthlessly crushed down on Zhuowen's body. With a muffled groan, Zhuowen's face became incomparably red. The veins on his forehead bulged and his entire body tensed up. His lifted foot actually froze in mid-air at this moment. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Then, Zhuowen was shocked to find that the mental energy barrier in front of him had begun to crack. Moreover, the cracks were spreading at an extremely fast speed. His pupils shrank. Zhuowen knew that the mental energy barrier couldn't hold on for much longer. He had to quickly step over it. Just a little more, I'll step over it. Steeling his heart, Zhuowen didn't care about the powerful pressure on the 10th step and directly stepped on it. Then, Zhuowen disappeared from the steps. Su Yang, whose face was originally full of ridicule, froze at this moment. His eyes bulged as he stared in disbelief at the disappearing figure and the somewhat empty steps not far away. That guy actually stepped over it just like that? Su Yang's mouth was slightly agape. He suddenly felt that his throat was a little dry. He opened his mouth and only a few words came out of it. Outside the spirit spell tower, everyone stared intently at the changes in the light spot on the tower. For a moment, the entire seating area became rather quiet. The light spot on the 7th floor should be Su Yang. I'm afraid there's no suspense in this arcana ceremony anymore. Grandmaster Hui Yun said confidently as he crossed his arms and looked in the direction of the spirit spell tower. Hui Yun, are you so sure that the light spot on the 7th floor is Su Yang? The mental energy pressure on the 7th floor has probably reached the level of a half-step grade 4 Arcanist. Even a peak grade 3 Arcanist at the peak of the mastery level would find it difficult to withstand the pressure on the 7th floor. Grandmaster Han Yun said with some displeasure. A peak grade 3 Arcanist at the peak of the mastery level would find it difficult to enter the 7th floor. However, if it's a peak grade 3 Arcanist, entering the 7th floor shouldn't be a problem. At this point, Grandmaster Hui Yun suddenly raised his voice and couldn't help but glance at Qiu Chou and the others in the front row. Peak grade 3 Arcana Ceremony. Could it be that your disciple Su Yang's mental energy has reached the peak grade 3 Arcanist? Grandmaster Han Yun was suddenly shocked and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Su Yang broke through to the peak grade 3 Arcanist half a month ago. However, this old man suppressed his strength to the peak grade 3 Arcanist. Since someone has entered the 7th floor, it can only be Su Yang. Grandmaster Hui Yun raised his head and said rather arrogantly. Grandmaster Hui Yun and Grandmaster Han Yun's conversation wasn't soft. Many people in the VIP seating area heard the content of their conversation. When they heard that Su Yang's true strength was a peak grade 3 Arcanist, they all burst into an uproar. He really hid his strength well. That Su Yang actually hid a part of his strength. If that Su Yang really is a peak grade 3 Arcanist, I'm afraid that the champion of this Arcana ceremony will be none other than Su Yang. Discussions broke out one after another. For a moment, the originally quiet VIP seating area suddenly became a little noisy. Qiu Chou, who was sitting in the front row, frowned slightly. He did not expect Su Yang to hide his strength from the beginning. His strength had actually reached the level of grade 3 perfect. If this was true, it would be difficult for Zhuo Wen to win against Su Yang. Grandmaster Kuya and Ouyang Yuntu, who were sitting next to Qiu Chou, also had a trace of uneasiness on their faces. As the organizers of this event, they really didn't want the champion's position to be taken by another city, especially in Ding City, where Grandmaster Hui Yun belonged. Another person has reached the 7th floor. That's amazing. This Arcana ceremony actually has 2 people who have the strength to reach the 7th floor of the Spirit Curse Tower. How rare. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded from the VIP seating area. Then, everyone's gaze converged on the 7th floor of the Spirit Curse Tower. Sure enough, they saw that another light spot had appeared on the 7th floor. Moreover, this light spot was constantly approaching the light spot in front of it. Grandmaster Hui Yun, who originally had a complacent expression, also heard the cry of surprise. He couldn't help but shift his gaze to the 2 light spots on the 7th floor. He couldn't help but frown and whisper, there's actually someone who can reach the 7th floor. Other than a peak grade 3 Arcanist like Su Yang, the other contestants participating in this Arcana ceremony shouldn't have such strength. Han Yun. Could it be that your disciple Zhou Yi has also reached the peak grade 3 Arcana ceremony? If his strength hasn't reached the peak grade 3 Arcana ceremony, it should be very difficult for him to reach the 7th floor. Grandmaster Hui Yun suddenly turned his head and stared at Grandmaster Han Yun beside him. At this moment, Grandmaster Han Yun's face was also full of doubts. Hearing Grandmaster Hui Yun's question, Grandmaster Han Yun bitterly smiled and said, I know Zhou Yi's strength best. His mental strength hasn't reached the peak grade 3 Arcana ceremony. Then, it shouldn't be Zhou Yi who has reached the 7th floor. It's not Zhou Yi. Then who could it be? Grandmaster Hui Yun's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself in confusion. Look! The light spot that came later has surpassed the light spot in front of it. How strong! That light spot is almost reaching the 8th floor. Another cry of surprise came from the VIP seating area. This voice suddenly made Grandmaster Hui Yun hurriedly turn his head to look at the Spirit Curse Tower. Sure enough, he discovered that the light spot that came later had surpassed the light spot that reached the 7th floor first. How can it be so fast? How can it be surpassed so quickly? Who is this light spot that came later? Could it be that the light spot that came later is Su Yang? Grandmaster Hui Yun's eyes widened as he muttered in disbelief. Chapter 293. Conjecture, the 8th floor. Who was that dot of light? They actually stayed on the 7th floor for such a short period of time before directly entering the 8th floor. Grandmaster Hui Yun was suddenly stunned. His expression was rather startled as he muttered to himself. Aside from Master Hui Yun, Master Chiu Chou, Master Kuya, and the others who were sitting in the front row also had doubtful expressions on their faces. They also believed that the light spot that appeared on the 7th floor at the beginning should be Su Yang. However, who was the light spot that appeared later on? Moreover, this latecomer didn't even stay on the 7th floor for long and directly entered the 8th floor. They knew that the winner of this arcana ceremony had been decided, but they didn't know who the light on the 8th floor was. Senior Chiu, do you think the light spot that entered the 8th floor is Zhuowen or Su Yang? Master Kuya couldn't tell, so he turned to ask Chiu Chou. At this moment, Chiu Chou frowned and muttered to himself, I don't know either. After all, we can only see these specks of light from outside, but we can't tell who the specks of light represent. If we want to know who entered the 8th floor, I'm afraid we can only wait for the people inside to come out. Master Kuya nodded slightly. He also knew that it was meaningless to guess who the light spot on the 8th floor was. All they could do now was wait. On the 8th floor, the spiritual pressure had already become as viscous as water. It was so powerful that it felt as if there were millions of tons of mountains pressing down on one's body. It was enough to crush a person. In the 8th level, a figure was walking slowly. His speed was like an old ox pulling a cart, slow and sluggish. Sweat was dripping from his body like rain, dripping to his feet and accumulating into a small stream. This figure was Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen's back was bent, but his eyes were staring straight ahead. 50 meters in front of him, there was a stone platform as tall as a person. On top of the stone platform, there was a brocade box. Zhuowen knew that the arcane arts ceremony's final reward, the 4th grade origin array, was in the brocade box on the stone platform. As long as he could get his hands on that brocade box, Zhuowen would be the final winner of the arcane arts ceremony. How terrifying! The spiritual pressure on the 8th floor has probably reached the level for lower mastery. Zhuowen couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the 81 mental barriers that had sunk in around him. The mental pressure on the 8th floor was simply too terrifying. Zhuowen was almost unable to withstand it even if he used all of his abilities. The stone platform in front of him was only 50 meters away. Normally, he could cover this distance in the blink of an eye, but now, it was as far away as the ends of the earth. 30 more steps. However, this is already my limit. After taking a step forward, Zhuowen suddenly stopped. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the stone platform 30 steps away. The bitterness at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. Although you've managed to cultivate 81 strands of spiritual energy with the help of the myriad derivation scripture, your spiritual energy is still only at the peak of the 3rd rank. It's just that your spiritual energy is much greater than the average arcanists. These 30 steps are already your limit. If you dare to take another step, I'm afraid you'll really be crushed by the spiritual pressure here. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. I know. Looks like if I want to take another step forward, I'm afraid I'll have to raise my spiritual energy to the peak of the 3rd rank. Zhuowen said helplessly as he slightly nodded his head. He. Although the spiritual pressure on the 8th floor is too terrifying, the power of comprehension is several times stronger than the 7th floor. Your spiritual energy has already reached the peak of the 3rd rank. Normally, you'll need half a year to break through. But here, you'll only need a month. Hearing Xiao Hei's words, Zhuowen nodded his head in agreement. Then, he looked at the stone platform reluctantly and said, "A month? With my current spiritual energy, I should be able to last a month on the 8th floor. Looks like the true face of the 4th rank Yuan array will only be revealed in a month." As he spoke, Zhuowen sat down cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. He began to silently comprehend the power of comprehension floating in the air around him. Under the influence of the power of comprehension, Zhuowen's spiritual energy continued to increase at an astonishing rate. Time flew by and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, everyone in the VIP seats stared intently at the Spirit Spell Tower. As time passed, many arcanists in the Spirit Spell Tower could no longer withstand the spiritual pressure and left the tower one after another. In the first 5 days, the first 3 to leave the tower were the 3 arcanists from the first floor. In the next 5 days, nearly 30 arcanists from the second floor also left the Spirit Spell Tower. When these arcanists left the Spirit Spell Tower and saw a dazzling dot of light on the 8th floor, they knew that the Arcana ceremony was about to begin. However, they were also very curious. Who could reach the 8th floor of the Spirit Spell Tower? 15 days passed and the dozen or so dots of light on the 3rd floor dimmed. Soon after, more than 10 people appeared at the bottom of the Spirit Spell Tower. Ouyang Yateo was among them. After returning to the VIP seats, Ouyang Yateo walked in front of Grandmaster Xian Ling in disappointment and said with a bitter smile, "Master, I've disappointed you this time. Your disciple couldn't even reach the 4th floor of the Spirit Spell Tower." Grandmaster Xian Ling waved his hand and said, "Ai. This isn't your fault. This Arcana ceremony is different from the past. There are simply too many experts. It's already pretty good that you were able to last until the 3rd floor." "That's right. Big brother, this isn't your fault either. There are more than 20 participants in this Arcana ceremony who are not weaker than you, and there are 7 or 8 who are stronger than you. It's really too difficult for you to win." Ouyang Shishue sighed from the side. Lightly nodding his head, Ouyang Yateo tilted his head and focused his gaze on the Spirit Spell Tower. When he saw that there was a dot of light on the 8th and 7th floors respectively, he frowned and muttered to himself, "I wonder who reached the 8th floor. Is it Su Yang, Zhuowen, or Zhou Yi?" Ever since he found out that Zhuowen's true strength was that of a Grade 3 Advanced Arcana Master, Ouyang Yateo knew that Zhuowen wasn't ordinary. It was very likely that he had the strength to contend with Zhou Yi and Su Yang, who were at the same level. "I'm afraid it's Su Yang." Just now, Grandmaster Hui Yun revealed that Su Yang's true strength has probably reached Grade 3 Advanced Arcana Master. This kind of strength is far stronger than the other participants. As for Zhou Yi and Zhuowen, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for them to contend against him. Grandmaster Xian Ling suddenly sighed softly. Grade 3 Advanced Arcana Master. This Su Yang was actually hiding his strength? Ouyang Yateo suddenly exclaimed when he heard this. Then, a trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. It seemed that even if Zhuowen had the strength of a Grade 3 Advanced Arcana Master, it would be difficult for him to contend against Su Yang. The wait continued. When the 20th day passed, the 3 specks of light on the 4th floor dimmed. Then, 3 figures appeared at the bottom of the tower. One of them was Xuanai, who had a cold expression, and the other 2 were the 2 arcanists at the initial stage of the 3rd rank that Yeyang City had sent out. What's going on? Why didn't Zhuowen come out? Isn't this brat's strength only at the lower Grade 3 Advanced Arcana Master? How could he enter the 5th floor with such strength? Grandmaster Hui Yun frowned slightly when he didn't find Zhuowen among the 3 people at the bottom of the tower. A trace of an ominous premonition rose in his heart. "Master! Your disciple has embarrassed you this time." Xuanai returned to Grandmaster Kuya's side. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Grandmaster Kuya. Her lips squirmed as she said these words. Looking at Xuanai's gloomy expression in front of him, Grandmaster Kuya's heart ached. He gently patted Xuanai's shoulder and smiled, "Don't worry too much. Our Broken Rock City still has hope. After all, Zhuowen hasn't come out yet." Xuanai nodded slightly when she heard this. Then, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shift to the spiritual spell tower in the distance. She whispered to herself, "Zhuowen, you must do your best. Now, you're the last hope of Broken Rock City's arcane guild." When the light spots on the 4th floor dimmed, everyone in the VIP seats couldn't help but look at the 5th, 7th, and 8th floors. There were 2 light spots on the 5th floor, none on the 6th floor, 1 light spot on the 7th floor, and 1 light spot on the 8th floor. Everyone knew that the light spot on the 8th floor was the champion of the arcane ceremony, but no one could confirm who it was. However, most people guessed that the light spot on the 8th floor should be Su Yang of Anding City. After all, Grandmaster Huiyun had revealed that Su Yang's strength had reached the level of perfect grade 3. Such strength was the strongest among all the contestants of the arcane ceremony. Other than Su Yang, they couldn't think of anyone else who had the strength to reach the 8th floor. The remaining 4 light spots should be Su Qi, Zhou Yi, Su Yang, and Zhuowen. I just don't know where the 4 of them are. Grandmaster Kuya, who was sitting at the front, frowned slightly and whispered. Su Qi and Zhou Yi are both at the advanced grade 3, and Su Yang is a terrifying perfect grade 3, while Zhuowen is only at the initial grade 3. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to fight against the 3 of them. And even if Zhuowen's strength has broken through to the advanced grade 3, it's unlikely that he'll be Su Yang's opponent. Ouyang Yintu said with a wry smile. Qiu Chao's face was gloomy as he said coldly, "In a few days, when the 2 light spots on the 5th floor come out, we'll know the result. You don't have to argue now." Ouyang Yintu and Grandmaster Kuya looked at each other and shut their mouths. They didn't dare to say another word. Another 5 days passed. At this time, 25 days had passed since the opening of the Spirit Curse Tower. The 2 light spots on the 5th floor finally flickered and dimmed. Then, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the bottom of the tower. They're out. The 2 light spots on the 5th floor have also come out. In an instant, the VIP seats suddenly became much livelier. Many people were unable to take their eyes off the 2 figures that had just appeared. Chapter 294. The winner has been decided. Swish. Swish. When the light gradually faded, the faces of the 2 figures appeared before everyone's eyes. It's Su Qi and Zhou Yi. There's no Zhuowen. Master Kuya was the first to react. When he didn't see Zhuowen's figure, a look of joy appeared on his face as he laughed heartily. Qiu Chou, whose face was originally as calm as water, revealed a look of joy when he saw the 2 figures that appeared at the bottom of the tower. Zhuowen isn't here. Could it be that the kid entered the 7th or 8th floor? Master Han Yun, who was sitting at the back, couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't help but focus his gaze on the 2 spots of light on the 7th and 8th floor. Master Huiyun's face was extremely gloomy. Even he didn't expect that the 2 spots of light on the 5th floor didn't have Zhuowen's figure. Instead, Su Qi and Zhou Yi, who they had originally thought highly of, were eliminated. Su Qi and Zhou Yi's faces were rather ugly. Feeling the gazes from all around them, the 2 of them didn't want to stay at the bottom of the tower for too long. With a thought, they used their mental strength to fly to the VIP seats. After returning to Master Huiyun and Master Han Yun's side, Su Qi and Zhou Yi lowered their heads and didn't say a word. What's going on? Su Qi, why did the 2 of you come out first? Where's Zhuowen? Master Huiyun couldn't help but angrily question the 2 of them. Su Qi's jade-like neck shrunk. She glanced at Master Huiyun, who was almost mad with anger, with some trepidation. She clasped her hands together and said cautiously, Zhuowen has been hiding his strength. His mental energy has probably reached the advanced third grade. Oh. Advanced third grade. That Shuowen actually had the strength of level 3 advanced realm. Since that kid is also at the advanced third grade, why did he climb higher than the two of you? Master Huiyun was slightly startled as he asked in a deep voice. Master. You can't blame me. It was Zhuowen who was particularly strange. Although he was also a level 3 advanced realm martial artist, he could actually possess 5 strands of mental strength. Moreover, all 5 strands of mental strength were not weaker than a level 3 advanced realm martial artist. It can be said that the guy's strength is much stronger than the average rank 3 advanced completion, which is why we. At this point, Su Qi's voice became softer and softer. Her beautiful eyes involuntarily glanced at Grandmaster Huiyun and fell silent. 5 strands of spiritual power. How could this be? How could an arcanist have 5 strands of spirit? Moreover, these 5 strands of mentality also possess the power of third stage advanced completion. When Master Huiyun and Master Han Yun heard this, they were shocked. They couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Maybe that Zhuowen cultivates a special kind of spiritual secret skill. That's why he's able to possess 5 strands of mind power at the same time. Su Qi raised her beautiful eyes slightly and said somewhat cautiously. It must be a spiritual secret skill. I didn't expect there to be a spiritual secret skill in this world that could divide mental strength. However, wouldn't the mental strength that was divided be weaker than the average mental strength? Grandmaster Huiyun nodded slightly and said with some doubt. Grandmaster Huiyun's guess was correct. If the mental strength was divided, its purity and power would definitely be much weaker than the average mental strength. However, Zhuowen cultivated the myriad evolution scripture, a spiritual secret skill that was famous even in ancient times. Apart from the method of splitting, the 10,000 derivation scripture also had a method of nurturing mental energy. This method could continuously strengthen the mental energy that was split until it reached the strength of the mental energy before it was split. Although the kid's 5 strands of mental strength surprised me, the gap between level 3 advanced completion and level 3 advanced completion is not something that can be made up for by 5 strands of mental strength. It seems that the light on the 7th floor should be Zhuowen. Even if he has 5 strands of mental strength, it's impossible for him to enter the 8th floor. After listening to Su Qi's description, Grandmaster Huiyun appeared to have a card up his sleeve. He was well aware of the huge gap between level 3 advanced completion and level 3 advanced completion. On the other hand, Grandmaster Han Yun was slightly disappointed. At this moment, Zhou Yi had already been eliminated. This also meant that Yeyang City had no chance in this arcane ceremony. At this moment, there were only 2 light spots left in the spiritual curse tower. They were the light spots on the 7th floor and the light spots on the 8th floor. The only 2 people who hadn't come out were Zhuowen and Su Yan. Everyone knew that the champion of this arcane ceremony would definitely be one of these 2 people. As for who would be the champion, everyone was extremely looking forward to it. Another 5 days passed. The light spot on the 7th floor began to flicker, as if it was faintly unable to hold on. The light spot on the 7th floor seems to be unable to hold on. It seems that the final result will be revealed soon. The abnormality of the light spot on the 7th floor immediately attracted the attention of many people in the VIP seats. For a moment, everyone held their breath and stared at the light spot on the 7th floor with bright eyes. At this moment, Chiu Chou, Grandmaster Kuya, and Ouyang Yintu began to feel nervous. They knew that once the light spot on the 7th floor completely dimmed, the arcane ceremony's result would be revealed. Even Grandmaster Huiyun, who was originally full of confidence, began to nervously focus his gaze on the light spot on the 7th floor. Although he believed in Su Yang's strength, he still felt somewhat uneasy. Qi. Finally, under everyone's gaze, the light spot on the 7th floor gradually dimmed after flickering for a while. Finally, it was extinguished. Then, a light shadow appeared at the bottom of the tower. If one looked carefully, the light shadow was in the shape of a person. It's out. The contestant on the 7th floor has come out. I wonder if it's Zhuowen or Su Yang. The moment the glowing figure appeared, the VIP seats immediately became noisy. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the glowing figure that gradually appeared in front of them. When the light completely faded, a young man with an ugly expression suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Then, the VIP seats instantly fell into silence. Because the figure that appeared in everyone's eyes turned out to be Su Yang, who everyone was optimistic about at the beginning. In other words, the light spot that really reached the 8th floor was the ordinary young man, Zhuowen. It's actually Su Yang. I didn't expect that Su Yang, whose strength has reached the complete grade 3, could only reach the 7th floor. He didn't even enter the 8th floor. Then, isn't the light spot on the 8th floor Zhuowen? Even Su Yang, who is at the complete grade 3, couldn't enter the 8th floor, but Zhuowen actually entered it. Could it be that Zhuowen's true strength has reached that of a grade 4 arcanist? This result is really unbelievable. In the end, Su Yang lost. The sound of discussion was like a bomb at this moment, exploding in the VIP seats. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, whispering to each other. Master Huiyun, who originally had a look of anticipation, had his expression stiffened. His mouth was slightly open, and his pupils shrank. He just stared blankly at Su Yang, who was at the bottom of the tower. He was stunned on the spot. Big Brother actually lost. How is that possible? Big Brother's strength has reached the complete grade 3, and he also has the brilliant God Crystal, which can increase mental strength. How could he lose to Zhuowen? Su Qi couldn't help but cover her mouth with her jade-like hand and exclaim out loud. Her pretty face was completely pale at this moment. On the other side, Master Han Yun and the dazed Zhou Yi were also stunned at this time. Even they didn't expect such a result. In the front row of the VIP seats, Qiu Chou, Master Kuya, and Ouyang Yuntu were also stunned. Then, Master Kuya's right hand trembled and he actually crushed the armrest beside him in excitement. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, the person who appeared is really Su Yang, and not Zhuowen. It really is Su Yang. The one who entered the 8th floor is Zhuowen, it's Zhuowen. The arcane champion this time is Zhuowen, who represents our Broken Rock City, Ouyang Yuntu slapped his thigh and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha! This old man really didn't misjudge Zhuowen. This little guy really hid his strength well. Even Su Yang wasn't his opponent. I really don't know how this little guy did it. Qiu Chao's originally tense face also relaxed at this time, and a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The most surprised person was Xuan'ai, who was standing beside Master Kuya. At this time, Xuan'ai's beautiful eyes were fixed on the light spot on the 8th floor of the Spirit Curse Tower. A trace of imperceptible admiration appeared in the depths of her eyes. She muttered, I really didn't expect that the one who hid his strength the most wasn't Su Yang, but Zhuowen. What about you? In the corner, Master Xianling and Master Kuraki were also stunned. Originally, Master Kuraki was full of confidence in Zhuowen. After all, very few contestants who participated in the arcane ceremony had mental strength that reached the advanced 3rd grade. However, after hearing Master Huiyun reveal that Su Yang was actually a perfect grade 3 arcana master, he knew that Zhuowen's chances of victory were extremely slim. After all, the difference between a perfect grade 3 arcana master and a great grade 3 arcana master was too great. Kuraki. How did your disciple Zhuowen do it? Su Yang is stronger than you and me, but your disciple Zhuowen was able to defeat Su Yang. Master Xianling's throat twitched, and then asked in a rather dry voice. Master Kuraki shook his somewhat stiff neck and replied in a similarly dry voice, actually, I also don't know. I also never thought that Zhuowen would be able to defeat Su Yang, who is a complete third-grade arcanist. Standing at the bottom of the spirit-cursed tower, Su Yang felt the various gazes from all around him. His face twitched, and became more and more unsightly. Turning his head to look at the light spot on the 8th floor of the spirit-cursed tower, Su Yang's eyes were filled with resentment. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Zhuowen, remember this. I will never forget the humiliation I suffered today." Chapter 295. Third Grade Perfection, Su Yang. What's going on here? With your third-grade great perfection mental strength and a powerful crystal like the brilliant God crystal, don't tell me you can't beat Zhuowen. Master Huiyun's face was gloomy to the extreme as he coldly stared at Su Yang who had returned to his side. Su Yang's face changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master. That Zhuowen is too strange. He only has the mental strength of a third-grade perfection, but his body can release 81 strands of mental strength. Even if I use the brilliant God crystal, I'm still no match for that bastard." What? 81 strands of mental strength? How is that possible? Master Huiyun's face twitched when he heard this. He couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Even Master Han Yun beside him was shocked. "Master. It is absolutely true. Otherwise, with my strength, how could I have been defeated by an advanced level 3 Arcana Master?" Su Yang smiled bitterly, his lips trembling as he spoke. The secret spirit skill that Zhuowen cultivates is not ordinary. He can actually split 81 strands of mental strength. This is a secret skill that defies common sense. Master Huiyun looked at Su Yang and sighed. He knew that if what Su Yang said was true, then even if Su Yang had the strength of a third-grade perfection, it would be difficult for him to be Zhuowen's opponent. Where's your Qianquan bag? Why can't I feel the star flame in your body? What's going on? Master Huiyun's gaze suddenly froze as he frowned and asked Su Yang. Su Yang's face became gloomy when he heard this. He stuttered and said, "It was all stolen by Zhuowen." Bang! Master Huiyun suddenly crushed the handle beside him. He looked at Su Yang in disbelief and said loudly, "You said it was stolen? The Qianquan bag on your body has a restriction placed by this old man, and the star flame is your flame source. Could it be that it was all stolen?" "Master. I had no choice. If I didn't give the Qianquan pouch to Zhuowen, I'm afraid my disciple would have died in the spirit-cursed tower. As for the star blaze, it was sucked away by Zhuowen's strange round cauldron spirit treasure. At that time, I didn't expect." Su Yang's voice became softer and softer as he spoke. "Master Huiyun. What made you so angry?" Master Kuya, who was sitting in front, suddenly turned his head and stared at Master Huiyun with a smile. "Kuya. You don't have to be so hypocritical. Your Broken Rock City has won the Arcana ceremony this time, this old man admits it. However, I hope you can give us an explanation," Master Huiyun said coldly to Master Kuya. "Oh. Explanation? What explanation do you want?" Master Kuya was a little surprised at Master Huiyun's straightforward admission of defeat. He asked with a faint smile. "That Zhuowen is too daring." This time in the spirit-cursed tower, he actually snatched Su Yang's Qianquan pouch and even his origin flame, the star blaze. As the host of this Arcana ceremony, I hope that when Zhuowen comes out later, he will return Su Yang's Qianquan pouch and the star blaze. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being rude." Master Huiyun stared coldly at Master Kuya. His tone was extremely cold. He didn't care too much about Su Yang's Qianquan pouch, but he couldn't lose the star blaze. After all, it took him more than 20 years to find the star blaze. He didn't want to give it to Zhuowen for nothing. Master Huiyun's voice wasn't soft and immediately attracted the attention of the other people in the VIP seats. When they heard Master Huiyun say that Su Yang's Qiankuan pouch and star blaze had been snatched away by Zhuowen, a strange expression appeared on their faces. That Zhuowen is really something. He actually robbed Su Yang. It seems that he deserves to be the champion of this arcana ceremony. It seems that the biggest dark horse this time is Zhuowen. He didn't even let go of Su Yang's origin flame. How ruthless. Suddenly, there was a clamor of discussion around them. Hearing the discussion around them, Su Yang and Master Huiyun's faces turned even uglier. Even Master Kuya couldn't help but be startled. Then, a playful smile appeared on his face and he said, "So that's how it is. But Master Huiyun, didn't you read the rules of the third stage? In the Spirit Curse Tower, this old man didn't say that fighting and robbing are prohibited. As long as no one dies, everything is allowed." Speaking of this, Master Kuya cast a sidelong glance at Su Yang and continued, "Since your disciple's things were snatched away by Zhuowen, then your disciple can only blame himself for being too weak. He deserved to be robbed. You, Kuya, you've got guts. Since your Broken Rock City's arcane guild isn't willing to hand it over, then this old man can only take it by force." Master Huiyun's eyes were cold as he gritted his teeth. Boom! A mountain-like aura suddenly burst out from the VIP seats. Then, Chiu Cho, who had been motionless, suddenly stood up. He turned his head and looked coldly at Master Huiyun. He said coldly, "Old dog. How dare you snatch someone this old man wants to protect? Believe it or not, this old man will kill you right now." Master Huiyun was stunned. He had forgotten that Zhuowen was Chiu Chao's man. Now that he felt the deep killing intent in Chiu Chao's eyes, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, he remained silent. Under Chiu Chao's threat, he didn't dare to make a sound. Looking at Master Huiyun's somewhat weak performance, Su Yang's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at Chiu Cho with fear and said fiercely in his heart, "Damn it. Where did that Zhuowen come from? Why is there such a perverted person protecting him?" After looking at Chiu Cho with fear, Master Huiyun no longer had the face to stay. He waved his sleeves and a powerful mental strength wrapped around Su Qi and Su Yang. He was about to break through the air, but he was stopped by Master Kuya. "Kuya! What else do you want?" Master Huiyun's face was cold as he looked gloomily at Master Kuya in front of him. Hee. "Huiyun, have you forgotten the bet with Senior Chiu? Since you've lost, then hand over the Grade 4 Origin Array." Master Kuya stretched out his hand and said rather impolitely. When Su Yang and Su Qi heard this, a trace of doubt appeared on their faces. They only looked at Master Huiyun with a strange expression. They didn't know anything about the bet between Master Huiyun and Chiu Cho. Damn it! Master Huiyun secretly cursed. He patted his Qiankuan bag and painfully took out a black wooden box. He threw it to Master Kuya and said, "This is the Grade 4 Origin Array, 8th-level Netherworld." Master Kuya smiled as he received the wooden box. After carefully inspecting it, he said with a smile, "Thank you for your gift, Brother Huiyun. If you want to bet again in the future, feel free to come to our Broken Rock City." When Master Huiyun heard these words, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He coldly glared at Master Kuya before waving his sleeves and breaking through the air. "Congratulations to Master Kuya. We'll take our leave first." Master Han Yun cupped his hands towards Master Kuya as he watched Master Huiyun break through the air. He also left the VIP seats with the few disciples behind him. Ha! That Zhuowen really has guts. He actually dared to rob Master Huiyun's disciple. It's really too satisfying. Master Kuya suddenly laughed out loud as he watched the few people leave through the sky. Chiu Chao's mouth also revealed a smile as he said indifferently, "Next, we'll wait for Zhuowen to come down. The Grade 4 Origin Array that you put up this time is pretty good. I'm afraid that thing is very suitable for Zhuowen." "Yes. However, the mental energy pressure on the 8th floor has already reached grade 4. We can only see if that little fellow, Zhuo 1, can reach the stone pillar on the 8th floor. If he can't, then our arcane guild can only benefit from the grade 4 Yuan array. Master Kuya said with a smile. Old man, you're really insatiably greedy. Didn't I just help you win a grade 4 origin array? Even if that little guy Zhuoan can't get the grade 4 origin array on the 8th floor, your arcane guild must hand it over. Qiu Chou shrugged and said rather shamelessly. Another 5 days passed. At this time, it had already been a month since the opening of the Spirit Curse Tower. On the 8th floor of the Spirit Curse Tower, countless mental energy pressures were like a curtain of rain as they pattered and covered every corner of the 8th floor. The powerful pressure almost caused the air on this floor to distort. A figure was sitting cross-legged like an old monk in meditation. 30 steps in front of this figure was a stone platform that was as tall as a person. On the stone platform was a brocade box. Suddenly, the figure abruptly opened his eyes. A ray of light burst out from the depths of his eyes. Then, the air on the 8th floor boiled at this moment. Then, the mental energy pressure that was as thick as a curtain of rain actually gathered towards the figure. Countless mental energy pressures almost surrounded the figure and constantly revolved around him like a hurricane. Break for me. Break. Break. The figure suddenly stood up. Following which, his foot violently stomped on the ground. A wave of mental energy that could cause even the heavens and earth to submit violently surged out from his body. The powerful strength almost tore apart the surrounding hurricane-like mental energy pressure. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the mental energy pressure surrounding him collapsed inch by inch. The remaining mental energy pressure actually retreated at this moment and didn't dare to approach the figure anymore. Ha! I've finally broken through to the perfect grade 3 arcana. The power of comprehension on the 8th floor is really rich. It only took me a month to break through. Zhuoan raised his head and laughed heartily. With the 81 strands of mental energy in your body, once you break through to the perfect grade 3 arcana master, your strength will probably surpass that of a normal arcana master at the perfect grade 3 arcana master. I'm afraid you'll be comparable to a half-step grade 4 arcana master. Xiao Hei's voice rang out in his mind. Yes. After breaking through, the pressure on the 8th floor doesn't have much of an effect on me. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's see how the grade 4 origin array in the brocade box on the stone platform is like. Chapter 296. Limitless sword aura. Arriving at the front of the stone platform, Zhuowen's gaze focused on the brocade box. He knew that this brocade box contained the final reward of the arcana ceremony, the grade 4 Yuan array. Picking up the brocade box, Zhuowen was slightly excited. Ever since he saw the golden armored general array used by Lu Yuanhua in the ancient cave mansion, he had a strong desire for a grade 4 Yuan array. I wonder what kind of Yuan array is contained in this brocade box. Muttering to himself, Zhuowen opened the brocade box in his hand without hesitation. The moment the brocade box was opened, a sharp sword aura immediately poured out like a storm. Following which, rays of cold light swept out from the brocade box. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes, but did not dodge. Instead, he coldly sized up the sharp cold light pouring out from the brocade box, as well as the proud and sharp sword aura. Clang! In just an instant, the sword chi and cold light that gushed out from the brocade box actually directly transformed into a sword formation that was over 10 m above Zhuowen, and the sword chi was piercing while cold light gushed out. This is... Staring blankly at the sword array with countless sword auras swirling above, Zhuowen subconsciously muttered. Just as Zhuowen's heart was filled with doubts, a message was suddenly transmitted into Zhuowen's mind from the brocade box. Grade 4 Yuan Array Limitless Sword Aura. The core sword array is formed by 9 high-grade sword-shaped soul treasures. The outer sword array is formed by 72 middle-grade sword-shaped soul treasures. A total of 81 sword-shaped soul treasures. Together, they form the limitless sword aura array. Its power is earth-shattering, causing the sun and moon to dim. 9 high-grade sword-shaped soul treasures and 72 middle-grade sword-shaped soul treasures. This is too extravagant. If the full power of this limitless sword aura is unleashed, wouldn't it be comparable to an earthly soul treasure? After reading the message in his mind, Zhuowen could not help but reveal a shocked expression. One must know that until now, he only had the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear, a middle-grade soul treasure. Although the 9-will Burning Sky Cauldron was an earthly soul treasure, without collecting 9 types of earth fire, the power it could unleash would be very little. However, this limitless sword aura was formed by 81 sword-shaped soul treasures. Among them, 9 were high-grade sword-shaped soul treasures. Zhuowen could not help but be astonished. The Broken Rock City Arcane Guild is really generous. To actually take out this grade 4 Yuan array with extremely powerful attack. If this Dragon Lord is not wrong, the power of this boundless sword aura is much stronger than your incomplete 9-will Burning Heaven Cauldron. Xiao He suddenly jumped out at this time and looked at the boundless sword aura that was filled with sword chi as he praised. Yes. Offensive Yuan arrays are much more precious than other types of Yuan arrays. I didn't expect Master Kuya to be so bold as to use a grade 4 Yuan array like the limitless sword aura as the reward for the champion of the arcane arts ceremony. Zhuowen nodded slightly and said with a face full of excitement. But this limitless sword aura is made from 81 soul treasures. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to completely refine it. Xiao He rubbed his chin and said with a smile. That's true. But there's no hurry. After all, there's still 1.5 years until the Tower of Vitality battle. In this 1.5 years, I'll be able to completely refine this limitless sword aura. At that time, I'll have another powerful trump card. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen cast his gaze outside the tower and said indifferently, a month has passed. I'm afraid that the other contestants in the Spirit Spell Tower have almost all left the tower. After Su Yang was injured by me, it's impossible for him to last a month on the 7th floor. I'm afraid that the people outside now know that I'm the champion. It's time for me to leave. After he finished speaking, he kept the limitless sword aura floating in the air into his Qianquan bag and left the tower without any reluctance. When Zhuowen's figure finally appeared at the bottom of the Spirit Spell Tower, everyone in the VIP seats uniformly gathered their gazes on him. Everyone knew that the champion of this arcane ceremony was won by this ordinary-looking young man in front of them. Zhuowen felt a little uncomfortable when he sensed the heated gazes from the VIP seats. Shifting his gaze, Zhuowen locked onto the seats of Qiu and the rest in the VIP seats. With a step, he directly arrived at the seats where Qiu and the rest were seated. Ha! Zhuowen, well done. This old man didn't misjudge you. You've indeed become the champion of the arcane ceremony. Qiu was the first to step forward and gave Zhuowen a bear hug as he laughed heartily. Zhuowen. How did you beat Su Yang? And how did you enter the 8th floor? Master Kuya also had a smile on his face, but he still asked the question in his heart. The moment Master Kuya's question was asked, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. They really wanted to know how the young man in front of them, whose cultivation was only at initial grade 3, beat Su Yang, who was at perfect grade 3. That's because my original strength was at the advanced 3rd grade. With the help of the Spirit Curse Tower's power of comprehension, I made a breakthrough and reached the perfect 3rd grade. Zhuowen smiled faintly as he directly released the powerful mental energy in his Naiwan palace. He knew that sometimes, words were not enough, so it was better to take action than to explain. It really is the mental energy of perfect grade 3. It seems that Zhuowen wasn't able to become the champion of this arcane ceremony by luck. This Zhuowen is only 17 or 18 years old, but his strength is actually more powerful than Su Yang's. This kid's talent is really terrifying. Feeling the powerful mental energy surging out of Zhuowen's body, the people around the VIP seats suddenly burst into an uproar. Everyone's gaze towards Zhuowen had changed. It was filled with awe, envy, and a trace of reverence. Master Kuya's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Then, he laughed and said, "I didn't expect Shuo Xiaoyu to have hidden your strength so well. It turns out that your strength has already reached advanced grade 3, and you even made a breakthrough in the spirit spell tower. This time, Shuo Xiaoyu really deserves to be the champion of the arcane ceremony." Beside Master Kuya, Xuanai's beautiful eyes stared straight at Zhuowen. Her eyes were filled with a complicated expression. She also didn't expect that the young man in front of her, who she didn't take seriously at the beginning, would become the champion of this arcane ceremony. He had also indirectly restored the reputation of Broken Rock City's arcane guild. Biting her lower lip, Xuanai suddenly came in front of Zhuowen. She bowed deeply to Zhuowen and said softly with a sincere expression, "Zhuowen, I really have to thank you this time. I was blind at the beginning. I hope you don't take offense." Looking at the cold and arrogant Xuanai in front of him, who actually lowered her head and bowed to him, Zhuowen couldn't help but be shocked. In his impression, Xuanai was an extremely proud woman who wouldn't easily lower her head. But now, she was standing in front of him and thanking him. This made Zhuowen feel rather awkward. Rubbing his nose, Zhuowen laughed dryly and said, "Actually, it's nothing. The purpose of my participation in the arcane ceremony this time is for the grade 4 origin crystal. Regardless of whether it has anything to do with the reputation of Broken Rock City, I will become the champion this time." At this moment, a heavy palm suddenly patted Zhuowen's shoulder. Then, Ouyang Yuntu, who was wearing a purple robe, suddenly came to Zhuowen's side with a smile and said, "Little friend Zhuowen is very lucky. Xuanai is usually very arrogant and rarely treats others with such an attitude, especially to a man. You are the first one I have seen." Ouyang Yuntu's interruption immediately caused the atmosphere between Zhuowen and Xuanai to become rather strange. Zhuowen was thick-skinned, so he only shrugged his shoulders. However, Xuanai's personality was originally rather arrogant. After Ouyang Yuntu's teasing, traces of crimson instantly appeared on her snow-white face. Her clear and cold eyes were actually secretly sizing up Zhuowen. At this moment, Grandmaster Tsang Mu and Grandmaster Xian Ling, who were sitting in the corner, also brought Ouyang Yateo and Ouyang Shishue to Zhuowen. Among them, Grandmaster Tsang Mu's old face was filled with excitement. Originally, he didn't have much hope for Zhuowen to become the champion, but now that Zhuowen had unexpectedly become the champion, the excitement in Grandmaster Tsang Mu's heart was naturally indescribable. Seeing that Grandmaster Tsang Mu had arrived, Zhuowen naturally cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Greetings, Grandmaster Tsang Mu." In front of so many outsiders, Zhuowen still gave Grandmaster Tsang Mu a lot of face. At the very least, he didn't call him old man. "Zhuowen. As expected of my good disciple, to be able to become the champion of the Arcana ceremony, I'm really overjoyed." Grandmaster Tsang Mu couldn't help but grin as he spoke. "Tsang Mu. You've really taken in a good disciple. Even this old man is rather envious of this disciple of yours." Beside him, Grandmaster Kuya's face was filled with envy. For Arcana masters like them, refining high-grade origin crystals was naturally quite delightful, but what made them feel even more accomplished was being able to hand over a genius disciple. Hearing Grandmaster Kuya's praise, Grandmaster Tsang Mu couldn't stop smiling. His eyes were filled with gratification, but in his heart, he was shouting that he had taken in the right disciple. "Little friend Zhuowen. Since you've entered the 8th floor, I'm afraid that you've also obtained the grade 4 origin array on the 8th floor. I wonder if you're satisfied with the grade 4 origin array." Grandmaster Kuya suddenly smiled as he looked at Zhuowen and asked. Zhuowen was startled, but immediately nodded and smiled, "I'm satisfied. I'm really satisfied." I didn't expect that President Kuya would actually use an offensive grade 4 origin array as the reward for this arcana ceremony. I know that your martial arts realm isn't low, so I'm afraid that the boundless sword aura is of great help to you. However, I can tell you clearly that the boundless sword aura is the painstaking work of the previous president of the Arcana Guild, but it's only a half-finished product. If it's a finished product, I'm afraid it can reach the power of a grade 5 origin array. Speaking of this, Grandmaster Kuya's face suddenly revealed a cautious look. Chapter 297. Three great sword moves. The pitch-black night was like a black dragon, gloomily pressing down on the horizon, causing the entire land to be shrouded in a dark atmosphere. 3 days had passed since the arcane arts ceremony. In these 3 days, Zhuowen had become the most talked-about figure in Broken Rock City. He was only 17 years old, but he had the strength of a complete grade 3. Moreover, in the arcane arts ceremony where geniuses were born, he valiantly defeated the number 1 genius of Nding City, Su Yang, and became the champion of the arcane arts ceremony. At this point, the originally unknown Zhuowen had become a famous figure in Broken Rock City. In a loft far away from the Arcane Arts Guild, Zhuowen sat quietly on an armchair. He stared straight at the brocade box in his hand and smiled bitterly. I really didn't expect that this limitless sword aura is only a half-completed Yuan array. If this thing was completed, then it would be a genuine 5th grade Yuan array. Even the peak power of the 9-will burning sky cauldron can't compare to it. The Arcana Master who was able to create this boundless sword aura is quite impressive. Even though it's only a half-finished product, its power is already comparable to a grade 4 origin formation. I'm afraid that the person who created this origin formation is also an extremely talented individual. Xiao He, who was sitting on Zhuowen's shoulder, suddenly spoke. The limitless sword intent is made up of a total of 81 soul treasures. If I want to completely refine it, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do so within half a year. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Indeed. If it was just 1 soul treasure, it would be rather convenient to refine it. However, there are a total of 81 soul treasures in this infinite sword aura. Furthermore, each soul treasure has a special connection with each other. This makes it much more difficult to refine it. Xiao He nodded as she spoke. Xiao He. Zhuowen suddenly turned to look at Xiao He and asked. I wonder if the power of the boundless sword aura is stronger than the ice fire. He. Although the power of the boundless sword aura isn't bad, if you use the combination of the 9 heavens thunder blazing flame and extreme frost to create the ice fire, I'm afraid it's a lot weaker. This Dragon Lord estimates that even an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would find it difficult to withstand that level of frost and fire. However, the boundless sword aura isn't that powerful, Xiao He said as he stroked his chin. Looks like this ice fire is still my trump card. However, with my current physique, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand the earth-grade ice and fire energy's ice explosion. Looks like I need to quickly practice the jade stone body tempering technique that I obtained from the Zhao family ancestor. Zhuowen lowered his head and muttered to himself. You're right. However, you should first refine the everlasting sword intent. Although it takes a long time to refine, its power is not bad. Xiao He said lazily. Yes. Looks like I'll need to go into seclusion for half a year. I'll have to talk to old man Sangmu about this. At the same time, he can help protect me. With that, Zhuowen sat down cross-legged and began to silently cultivate. Early the next morning, Zhuowen discussed the matter of going into seclusion with Grandmaster Sangmu. Grandmaster Sangmu also knew that Zhuowen needed to refine the boundless sword aura, so he readily agreed. As for the guests who wanted to visit Zhuowen, Grandmaster Sangmu was naturally the one who sent them away during this half a year. After discussing the matter of going into seclusion with Grandmaster Sangmu, Zhuowen directly found a secluded loft. After setting up a powerful restriction in the surroundings, he began to refine the boundless sword aura for a long period of time. 3 months after Zhuowen went into seclusion, the city lord of Broken Rock City, Ouyang Yuntu, suddenly rushed to Grandmaster Tsangmu's loft. In the hall, Grandmaster Tsangmu and Ouyang Yuntu sat opposite each other. Grandmaster Tsangmu personally poured a cup of tea for Ouyang Yuntu and said with a smile, "City Lord Ouyang, may I know the reason for your visit?" Taking a sip of tea, Ouyang Yuntu smiled and said, "This old man came to look for young friend Zhuowen. Why haven't I seen young friend Zhuowen come out?" Grandmaster Tsangmu was startled, then said apologetically, "City Lord Ouyang, you came at the wrong time. Zhuowen is currently in seclusion refining the boundless sword aura, right? I'm afraid he hasn't come out yet." "Oh. He's already in seclusion. Looks like this old man really came at the wrong time. However, how long will young friend Zhuowen be in seclusion for?" Ouyang Yuntu asked with a frown. Zhuowen said that he would need half a year. It's already been 3 months. There should be 3 more months. Grandmaster Tsangmu didn't beat around the bush and directly told Ouyang Yuntu the exact time. 3 more months. Looks like there's still time. Grandmaster Tsangmu, if Zhuowen comes out of seclusion in 3 months, tell him to come find me at the city lord's mansion. This is this old man's personal token. As long as you have this token, you can directly enter the city lord's mansion. As he spoke, Ouyang Yuntu took the silver token from his waist and handed it to Grandmaster Tsangmu. Grandmaster Tsangmu carefully received the token and nodded. He said solemnly, "City Lord Ouyang, don't worry. In 3 months, this old man will definitely give it to Zhuowen." "That's good. Since there's nothing else, this old man will take his leave." Ouyang Yuntu nodded with satisfaction, then cupped his hands and left the hall. Looking at the departing figure of Ouyang Yuntu, a trace of doubt appeared on Grandmaster Tsangmu's face. He muttered in a low voice, "I wonder why City Lord Ouyang is in such a hurry to find Zhuowen." Time flew by, and another 3 months passed. It had been half a year since Zhuowen went into seclusion. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the earth, Grandmaster Tsangmu had already woken up early. He came to a rather spacious courtyard and quietly waited. In the depths of the courtyard, there was a rather inconspicuous pavilion. If one looked carefully, one could see that there was a stream of light overflowing from the surface of this inconspicuous pavilion. Obviously, someone had placed a powerful enchantment around the pavilion. Zhuowen is quite cautious. He actually placed a restriction around the place where he went into seclusion. With the might of this restriction, I'm afraid that even a Heavenly King stage cultivator wouldn't be able to break in. Grandmaster Tsangmu silently stood in the courtyard and looked at the restriction in front of him as he muttered to himself. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the pavilion that was originally sitting quietly in front of him suddenly collapsed. Countless amounts of dust flew in all directions, almost obscuring his vision. Amidst the dust that obstructed one's line of sight, numerous sharp sword chi that emitted a dense cold light suddenly burst out. It was as if countless dragons were dancing in the air, flying in all directions and tearing apart the air. Dang dang dang. The crisp sound of footsteps slowly rang out. Then, a slender figure slowly walked out from the dust-filled air. Strangely, there were countless cold lights flashing around this figure. If one looked carefully, these cold lights turned out to be sword-shaped spiritual treasures with powerful auras. They were constantly flying and gliding around this figure along a fixed trajectory. It was gorgeous and colorful. The refinement was successful. Looking at the figure walking over step by step, Grandmaster Tsangmu's face suddenly revealed a trace of joy and couldn't help muttering to himself. When this figure walked out of the dust range, a rather handsome young man's face was revealed. This young man was naturally Zhuowen. Looking at the sword-shaped spiritual treasures flying around him, Zhuowen suddenly revealed a happy smile. Then, his right hand suddenly swung down. The long swords that were constantly gliding and dancing suddenly emitted a clear and melodious sword sound. Then, the tips of the swords pointed downwards and rustled as they were inserted into the ground. With 9 high-grade sword-shaped spiritual treasures as the core, the remaining 72 long swords circled around Zhuowen, forming a concentric circle. Zhuowen was the center of the concentric circle. Looking at the swords around him with satisfaction, Zhuowen knew that the refinement of the everlasting sword aura was complete. And after half a year of refinement, Zhuowen was quite familiar with the everlasting sword aura. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that this everlasting sword aura formation actually contained 3 major sword moves. The 3 major sword moves were Flying Sword Slash, Falling Flower Wave Breaking Attack, and Returning Heaven Sword Dance 9 consecutive moves. Among them, the Returning Heaven Sword Dance 9 consecutive moves was the most powerful. It was said that this sword move used 9 core main swords and 72 secondary swords. In an instant, 9 sword moves were consecutively released. Its power was said to be able to shatter a mountain into pieces. However, each of the 3 major sword moves of the everlasting sword aura was incomparably profound. Although Zhuowen had refined it for half a year, he had not even mastered the first move, Flying Sword Slash. At the moment, Zhuowen could only control the everlasting sword aura to perform ordinary attacks and defenses. However, with the might of the everlasting sword aura, even if it was just an ordinary attack and defense, it would not be weaker than an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. If he could learn the 3 major sword moves, with his strength at the profound Earth King realm, he would probably be able to kill an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Zhuowen stored the everlasting sword aura into his Qianquan bag. Then, he noticed that Grandmaster Tsang Mu was looking at him from a nearby courtyard. With a faint smile, Zhuowen strode towards Grandmaster Tsang Mu and said, "Old man Tsang Mu, I didn't expect you to be waiting for me here so early in the morning. I'm afraid you have something important to tell me." Grandmaster Tsang Mu smiled as he looked at Zhuowen. With a wave of his sleeve, a silver token shot towards Zhuowen. "This is City Lord Ouyang's waist token." After receiving the silver token, Zhuowen noticed that the word Ouyang was written on the front of the token, while the word Yuntu was written on the back. Obviously, this was Ouyang Yuntu's waist token. "Yes. City Lord Ouyang came to look for you 3 months ago. When he saw that you were in seclusion, he did not disturb you. Instead, he left his waist token and asked you to bring it to the City Lord Mansion when you came out of seclusion." Grandmaster Tsang Mu nodded slightly and said calmly, "Oh. Why is City Lord Ouyang looking for me?" Holding the silver token, Zhuowen raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. "I don't know. After all, City Lord Ouyang didn't tell me anything at that time. However, everything will become clear when you go to the City Lord Mansion to look for City Lord Ouyang." Grandmaster Tsang Mu shook his head. "All right then. I'll go to the City Lord Mansion to take a look." Chapter 298. A gunshot splatter. Broken Rock City was many times larger than Rattan Armor City. On the way to the city governor's mansion, Zhuowen took a quick look at the bustling scene of Broken Rock City. He could not help but secretly praise the foundation of a super city. After passing through a few main streets, Zhuowen saw a huge building in the center of the city from afar. He knew that the majestic building should be the Broken Rock City's City Lord Mansion. Along the way, quite a number of people had noticed Zhuowen, but most of them did not pay much attention to him. Although Zhuowen's reputation in Broken Rock City had spread far and wide due to the Arcana Grand Ceremony, only the VIPs in the Arcana trial field had seen Zhuowen's face. Most of the residents of Broken Rock City had only heard of Zhuowen's name and had never seen Zhuowen in person. That was why Zhuowen did not attract much attention when he walked on the streets. Arriving in front of the main entrance of the City Lord's Mansion, Zhuowen looked at the 3 large words, City Lord's Mansion, that were written in bold strokes. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he prepared to step into the mansion. Thud thud thud. At this moment, the sound of hurried horse hooves suddenly sounded from a nearby street. Zhuowen's ears twitched slightly as he furrowed his brows and turned his head to look. With his strength, he could instantly tell that the sound of hurried horse hooves could not be produced by one person. Only a group of at least 10 people could produce such a loud and clear sound. That's strange. It's rare to see someone who dares to ride a horse so arrogantly in the vicinity of the city lord's mansion. Zhuowen muttered softly as he looked at the end of the street. Not long after, a dozen figures riding tall horses suddenly appeared at the end of the street. Moreover, these people did not have any scruples at all. Even though there were pedestrians on both sides of the street, not only did they not slow down, they even waved their whips to increase their speed. My stall. They've all been trampled. I was knocked down. My right arm was dislocated and fractured. How can we do business like this? The customers were all scared away. The stalls and pedestrians on both sides of the street were all knocked away by the rampaging horse caravan. Some of the pedestrians who couldn't dodge in time were directly sent flying and vomited blood. In an instant, the originally quiet and tranquil street was suddenly disturbed by the sudden appearance of this group of horses. However, the strange thing was that no one dared to step out and criticize this group of horses that were charging forward. Instead, no one dared to speak out. At the front of the group was a young lady wearing a red veil. Her pure white jade-like hand held a fiery red whip. She gently waved her jade-like hand and violently slapped the horse's buttocks, continuously increasing its speed. A silver bell-like laughter was also slowly transmitted over. Miss. There's a person standing in front of the mansion. What should we do? A middle-aged man with a full beard beside the red-clothed girl suddenly said to the girl. Hearing this, the red-clothed young lady also saw Zhuowen standing in front of the mansion. An arc suddenly surfaced from the corners of her Inghong mouth as she sneered, let's go straight over. Since this person is blocking our path, he deserves to die. At that time, we'll just take out some silver and give it to this fellow's family. When the middle-aged man heard this, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he followed closely beside the young lady. Evidently, this wasn't the first time that the young lady had done something like this. Looking at the group of horses that didn't slow down but instead sped up, Zhuowen's eyes immediately narrowed. He knew that this group of horses that were galloping towards him probably didn't care about his life at all. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Muttering softly, Zhuowen stared at the group of horses that were galloping towards him. He secretly circulated the yuan power in his body as he prepared to deal with the incoming attack. The horse that the young lady was riding at the front of the group instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen. Just as the strong horse's hooves were about to step on Zhuowen's body, Zhuowen's footsteps suddenly shifted. His right hand was like a nimble snake as he grabbed the reins. Subsequently, his left hand carried the force of 1,000 pounds as it violently struck the horse's neck. Nay! After receiving such a heavy blow, the horse immediately raised its head and let out a mournful neigh. Its 4 hooves were in a mess as it violently fell to the side. The young lady dressed in red clearly didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur. Her delicate body swayed wildly as her lower body became unstable. Fortunately, the young lady's reaction was fast enough. She stared at Zhuowen in front of her and waved her jade-like hand. The fiery red whip suddenly lashed towards Zhuowen, intending to use him as a cushion. Zhuowen's gaze hardened as he coldly snorted. His right hand grabbed at the air and directly grabbed the red whip that was lashing towards him. After which, he suddenly exerted some force and directly pulled the unruly red-clothed young lady over. After which, he shook his hand once again and a powerful force was transmitted along with the whip. The young lady, who was in midair, was immediately sent flying by this powerful force. Young lady. Due to this unforeseen event, the group immediately stopped their horses. The middle-aged man, who was closest to the young lady, immediately revealed a worried expression. With a loud shout, he directly burst forth with yuan power. With a leap, he caught the young lady who was sent flying. After a few leaps in mid-air, he steadily stopped on the ground. Looking at the middle-aged man, who burst forth with powerful yuan power, Zhuowen's gaze slightly focused as he softly muttered to himself, "Perfect Earth King stage." The strength of the group wasn't very high. Among them, the middle-aged man should be considered the strongest person in the group. As for the young lady dressed in red, she was even younger than Zhuowen and her strength was only at corporeal yang stage. She posed no threat to Zhuowen at all. "You actually dare to injure young lady. You must be tired of living. This person is extremely daring. Kill him." At this time, the rest of the group reacted one after another. Immediately, they all glared at Zhuowen. Only a clanging sound could be heard as these people took out their respective weapons and directly charged towards Zhuowen. Slightly furrowing his brows, Zhuowen didn't expect these people to attack just like that. Moreover, they were in front of the city lord's mansion's entrance. These people's actions were too arrogant. It seems like these people should be from the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to attack in front of the city lord's mansion. However, even if they are from the city lord's mansion, I, Zhuowen, am not afraid. With Qiu Chou, the strongest person in Broken Rock City, behind him, even Ouyang Yuntu wouldn't dare to casually touch Zhuowen. Moreover, with Zhuowen's character, it wasn't suitable for him to avoid everything. Scram! Otherwise, die! With a cold snort, Zhuowen took a step forward. The aura of an advanced Earth King stage suddenly burst out from his body. Violent yuan power formed a violent yuan power hurricane around his body. Suddenly, it violently collided with the people rushing towards him from all directions. Oh my God! He is actually an Earth King stage expert. This kid is only 17 years old. How can he be so strong? The other people in the group were basically in the Human King stage. Only the middle-aged man was relatively strong. At this time, the middle-aged man was protecting the red-clothed girl. He didn't join the others in attacking Zhuowen. Thus, under the effect of the yuan power hurricane released from Zhuowen's body, the dozen or so people who had rushed over were all sent flying backwards at a speed even faster than before. In the end, they crashed heavily onto the ground, and for a moment, miserable screams rose and fell one after another. Looking at the yuan power hurricane around Zhuowen's body, the middle-aged man not far away couldn't help but turn pale with frown. He whispered, "This young man is so young, but he actually has the strength of an advanced Earth King stage expert. I'm afraid he is a genius from a big family in the city." At this time, the red-clothed girl's face was already red with anger. The fall of the horse just now made her lose face. Her heart was already filled with anger towards the culprit, Zhuowen. "Uncle Lu. Go and capture this damned fellow. I want to properly torture this damned fellow. Since he dared to embarrass me, I'll have you pay with your life." The red-clothed girl stomped her foot and said to the middle-aged man beside her in a flustered and exasperated manner. "Miss, I'm afraid this young man is not an ordinary person. Perhaps he is a genius from a big family in the city. I'm afraid we can't offend him." The middle-aged man looked hesitant. "What are you afraid of? Our city lord's mansion is the manager of Broken Rock City. Which family doesn't follow our city lord's mansion's lead? So what if this guy is a genius from a big family? If you offend me, you won't have a good ending. Hurry up and kill this kid." The red-clothed girl's face was gloomy as she shouted at the middle-aged man beside her. The middle-aged man sighed inwardly. Then, he looked at the young man in front of him with pity and muttered, "This young man's talent is not bad. Unfortunately, he has offended the young lady. I'm afraid that such a good talent will be ruined because of this." The middle-aged man was quite confident in dealing with the young man in front of him. After all, he was a perfect Earth King stage warrior, while the young man in front of him was only at the advanced Earth King stage. There was a small gap between the two of them. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man patted his chinquan bag and took out a broadsword. He stomped his foot on the ground and rushed toward Zhuowen with endless yuan power. Kid! With such talent, you should have a great future. But now that you have offended Miss, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. If you want to regret it, you should regret it in hell. In an instant, he arrived in front of Zhuowen and muttered to himself. The middle-aged man tightened his grip on the hilt of the broadsword and slashed it toward Zhuowen's head. When the nearby red-clothed young girl saw the middle-aged man swing his saber towards Zhuowen, her beautiful face instantly revealed a delighted expression, and a cold smile suddenly appeared on the corners of her mouth as she said, "In Broken Rock City, no one has ever dared to offend this young Mississippi. Since you have offended me, you should be prepared to die." Boom! The broadsword was wrapped in the power of tearing through the air. Finally, it heavily chopped down. The powerful force instantly smashed a huge deep hole in the ground, and for a moment, dust filled the air. Although I have no enmity with you, you have offended Mississippi. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. He walked back with his broadsword in hand. He did not believe that the young man could survive such a heavy blow. Unlucky? Then the one who is unlucky is you. A clear voice suddenly sounded in the middle-aged man's ear. Then, the middle-aged man felt a strong wind coming from behind him. He's not dead. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. He turned around and slashed with his broadsword. Boom! An ink-black spear suddenly pierced forward. With a clang, it pressed against the back of the blade. Then, the spear suddenly spun, and traces of sparks abruptly appeared. Then, the back of the blade actually pierced through like a poisonous snake, instantly piercing through the middle-aged man's shoulder. Chi! Chapter 299. The green-armored man's cold tip of the spear was accompanied by fresh blood as it violently shot out. The middle-aged man stared at the wound on his shoulder in a daze. For a moment, he was dumbfounded. He truly did not expect that he would be injured so cleanly. Ignoring the middle-aged man who was still in a daze, Zhuowen tightened his right hand and flicked the long spear. A powerful force immediately sent the middle-aged man's body flying backwards, setting off a wave of air. Boom! The middle-aged man's sturdy body was like a withered leaf as he slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Dust filled the air and obscured one's vision. The scene suddenly fell into a strange silence. The dozen people who were sent flying by Zhuowen looked as if they had seen a ghost as they stared at the deep pit and the slender figure standing unscathed. They did not expect that the middle-aged man, who was at perfect Earth King stage, would be defeated by the young man in front of them. What made them even more bitter was that the young man in front of them was only at advanced Earth King stage, which was slightly weaker than the middle-aged man. Yet, he was able to defeat the middle-aged man with such strength. This showed that the young man in front of them was not ordinary. Not far away, the young lady in red, who had a sneer on her face, looked at the middle-aged man lying in the deep pit. The sneer on her pretty face instantly froze as she stared at the young man in front of her in disbelief. "How dare you touch the people of the city governor's mansion? Let me tell you, you are dead meat." However, the surprise on the young lady's face only lasted for a moment before she pointed at Zhuowen and sneered. "Ridiculous! Seeing that you are also dressed in brocade clothes and have a bright appearance, yet you are so uneducated, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." Looking at the young lady who was still making a fuss in front of him, Zhuowen's face immediately revealed a trace of impatience. With a sudden stomp of his foot, he instantly arrived in front of the young lady. His right hand lifted her collar, and his gaze was densely cold. The young lady in red did not expect the young man in front of her to be so bold as to lift her up. Her pretty face was startled for a moment before an embarrassed expression appeared on her face. She stared fiercely at the young man in front of her and said, "How dare you touch me? Do you know who I am? I am a direct descendant of the City Lord's mansion. My father is the City Lord of Broken Rock City, Ouyang Yintu. If you dare to touch me, my father will definitely not let you off." Zhuowen couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect the girl before him to be a direct descendant of the City Lord's estate. Moreover, Ouyang Yintu was her father. No wonder she was so arrogant and despotic. When the red-clothed girl saw the stunned expression on Zhuowen's face, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of complacency on her pretty face. She coldly laughed and said, "Now you know fear. If you're scared, then let me go now. Maybe I'll leave you with an intact corpse later so that you won't die so miserably." Pa! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Zhuowen raised his hand and gave the noisy young girl a slap. He coldly said, "So what if you are a direct descendant of the City Lord's mansion? So what if your father is Ouyang Yintu? With City Lord Ouyang's wisdom, it can be said that it is a stain on his reputation to have raised a wastrel like you. Now, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of City Lord Ouyang." The red-clothed girl covered her swollen right cheek and looked at the young man in front of her in disbelief. She didn't expect the young man before her to slap her without any mercy. "You dare to slap me? Even my father has never slapped me. You dare to slap me?" The red-clothed girl covered her right cheek. Traces of moisture appeared in her beautiful eyes as she hysterically cried out. "Dang dang dang!" At this moment, a wave of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from the City Lord's mansion. Subsequently, a middle-aged man in green armor walked out of the mansion with a group of guards. "Captain Liu, quickly save me. This person doesn't put our City Lord's mansion in his eyes at all. Moreover, he even threatened to kill me. Quickly save me." The red-clothed girl suddenly saw the man in green armor coming out of the mansion. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. It was as if she had grasped at a life-saving straw as she cried out in a delicate voice. The man in green armor had clearly also seen the situation at the red-clothed young lady's side. In addition to the messy scene in front of the mansion, his gaze immediately turned gloomy. His right hand lifted the long green spear on his back as he directly walked over. "How dare you behave so atrociously in our City Lord's mansion? I think you don't want to live anymore." Looking at the man in green armor who attacked without any reason, Zhuowen's eyes also darkened. He could feel that the man in front of him was at least at the initial Heavenly King stage. With a cold snort, he threw the red-clothed girl in his hand toward the man who was charging toward him. Looking at the red-clothed girl who was thrown toward him, the man in green armor's face twitched. His right hand withdrew the spear, and his left hand reached out and caught the red-clothed girl by her waist. Then, he directly landed on the ground and looked at the young man not far away with a cold gaze. "Captain Liu, you have to be careful. This guy in front of us is quite strong. Even Uncle Liu suffered a loss at his hands." After safely landing on the ground, the red-clothed girl sighed softly and then glared at Zhuowen, who was not far away, with resentment in her eyes. "Even Uncle Liu suffered a loss at his hands?" The man in green armor narrowed his eyes and saw a figure with a weak aura in a deep pit not far away. It was the Uncle Liu that the red-clothed girl had mentioned. A little brat at the advanced Earth King stage can actually defeat a perfect Earth King stage warrior. It seems like you are not simple. However, in my hands, you still can't escape the fate of death. The man in green armor's eyes became cold again. His feet lightly stepped on the ground, and his right hand stretched out. The long green spear was like a ferocious beast. The spear shot out, and the powerful force caused the surrounding air to boil. This guy is only at the advanced Earth King stage. With Captain Liu's initial Heavenly King stage strength, it should be easy for you to capture him. How dare he hit me, this guy deserves to die. The red-clothed girl became angrier as she thought about it. Her eyes were filled with cold killing intent as she looked at Zhuowen. Initial Heavenly King Stage. I would like to see if I can defeat an initial Heavenly King Stage expert with just the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear without using any of my trump cards. Looking at the man in green armor who was rushing towards him, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. His 5 fingers clenched the handle of the spear, and then he suddenly loosened his grip. The long black spear in his hand suddenly began to spin at high speed. Then, Zhuowen's feet suddenly stomped on the ground, and the soles of his feet were filled with lightning. In an instant, he turned into an afterimage. So fast. This kid is obviously only at the Earth King stage, but his speed is actually a little dazzling. Looking at the young man who had almost turned into an afterimage, the man in green armor's face turned cold. Then, he swung his arms, and the long green spear in his hand came to an emergency stop. Then, he instantly turned around and with a clang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Your reaction is quite fast. However, I don't know if you can take this move of mine. Demon Moon Secret Manual, Full Moon Tower. A clear voice suddenly came from behind the man in green armor, causing his hair to stand on end. The shock in his heart became even more intense. The young man in front of him was ridiculously strong. It didn't seem like the strength of an Earth King stage cultivator at all. The moment the man in green armor was shocked, the long black spear behind him had already drawn a silver arc in the air. It seemed slow but fast as it slashed towards the man's neck. Damn it. Green armor. The azure-armored man suddenly shouted. Clanging sounds rang out, and the azure-armored man's azure-colored armor emitted a burst of azure-colored light. Then, a layer of azure-colored armor appeared around his neck. Clang! The clear sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Then, the long spear behind him ruthlessly collided with the green armor on the man's neck. Immediately, sparks flew in all directions, and it was exceptionally dazzling. Boom! The strong repulsion force caused the man in green armor to involuntarily retreat a dozen steps. Holding the spear with both hands, he suddenly stopped his body. Then, a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes as he looked at the young man in front of him. A trace of surprise appeared in Zhuowen's eyes as he gazed at the green armor around the man's neck. Originally, he had thought that the attack that had slid towards the man's neck would finish him off. However, he did not expect that the green armor on the man's body was actually able to extend to his neck and protect his vitals. It's quite a strange armor. However, you won't be so lucky next time. Now, I'll finish you off with one move. Licking his lips, Zhuowen suddenly bit his thumb. Then, he gently wiped the handle of the spear. Bright red blood smeared the black handle of the spear into a somewhat demonic red. A pungent smell of blood suddenly emitted from the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear. Demon Moon Secret Manual 2nd Style, Blood Moon Soul Hook. Fiercely stomping his foot, Zhuowen's spear shot out like a dragon, and his steps were like the wind. Countless spear shadows appeared in the air like raindrops, and an enormous blood-red moon suddenly rose under the cover of the spear shadows. An extremely powerful aura poured down along with the rise of the blood-red moon. You want to finish me off with one move? It's not as easy as you think. Green Abyss Falling Rain Spear. The green-armored man gritted his teeth, and the green spear in his hands danced beautifully. Then, he suddenly thrust out the spear, and in an instant, it turned into countless green rain curtains. Every drop of rainwater in the rain curtains was like the sharpest hidden weapon in the world, able to kill upon contact with blood. In just an instant, the green rain curtains and the blood-red crescent moon collided. The green and blood-red radiance intertwined and blended into a strange brown color. Boom! 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 It was as if countless bombs had exploded at the same time. An ear-piercing explosion sound rang out in the air. Endless waves of air surged out in all directions like the waves of the sea. Zhuowen's face was as heavy as water. His right hand suddenly tightened on the handle of the spear as he shouted, "Break for me." The blood-red crescent moon exploded with a dense blood-red light. It actually suppressed the green rain curtain in an instant. Then, an ear-piercing cracking sound rang out. The green rain curtain that had no gaps gradually began to crack. In the end, the rain curtain collapsed inch by inch. Pucci. A mouthful of blood was spat out. The man in green armor's face became incomparably pale. His entire body was like a withered leaf as he flew backwards. Chapter 300. Meeting the City Lord. How is this possible? Captain Liu is an initial Heavenly King stage expert, and this guy is only an advanced Earth King stage expert. How is it possible that even Captain Liu is no match for him? The red-clothed girl's face was filled with disbelief. Her pupils shrank as she stared blankly at the young man in front of her. Her cherry lips couldn't help but open slightly. Slowly withdrawing his spear, Zhuowen looked at the mess around him and felt rather helpless. Originally, he had only come to look for Ouyang Yintu. He didn't expect to get himself into such big trouble. Whoosh! At this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly came from the depths of the city lord's mansion. Then, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of the mansion's entrance. What a powerful aura! Feeling the powerful aura that suddenly transmitted over, Zhuowen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. His gaze was firmly fixed on the tall figure that suddenly appeared in front of the entrance. The newcomer was a middle-aged man about 30 years old. He wore a long green robe and had a mustache at the corner of his mouth. He gave off the feeling of a profiteer. However, what made Zhuowen fearful was that this person's aura was no weaker than that of the Zhao family's ancestor. Obviously, this middle-aged man who suddenly appeared should be an expert at the half-step Ultimate Emperor stage. The red-clothed girl stared at the middle-aged man who had just appeared. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she said loudly, "Third uncle. I didn't expect you to actually come. Hurry up and help me teach this arrogant brat a lesson." Uncle Liu and Captain Liu were both defeated by this guy. He's too arrogant. The corners of the green-robed man's mouth curled into a smile. However, he did not pay any attention to the red-clothed young lady. Instead, he stared at Zhuowen below and said with a gentle smile, "This little brother should be Zhuowen, who has been the talk of the town in Broken Rock City recently. You should be here today to look for the governor." Zhuowen was startled. It seemed that the man in front of him wasn't here to look for trouble. It should be Ouyang Yintu who had come to greet him. He nodded slightly and said, "This one is indeed Zhuowen." However, how did Senior know that this one was Zhuowen? The green-clothed man faintly smiled and flicked his finger. Immediately, Zhuowen felt his chest heat up and the silver waist token in his collar shot towards the green-clothed man uncontrollably. There aren't many people in Broken Rock City who have the City Lord's token. Furthermore, little brother is so young. I'm afraid only little brother Zhuowen can do it. Holding the silver waist token, the green-clothed man smiled elegantly. Looking at the silver medallion in the azure-clothed man's hand, Zhuowen's face revealed a trace of understanding. This silver medallion was Ouyang Yintu's personal item. Ouyang Yintu had long since noticed that Zhuowen had brought it here. Father's token. Not far away, the red-clothed girl who was originally angry looked at the silver waist token in the green-clothed man's hand, and a trace of shock immediately appeared on her pretty face. As a direct descendant of the city lord's mansion, the red-clothed girl clearly knew how precious Ouyang Yintu's token was. To put it bluntly, even a daughter like her would find it difficult to obtain this silver waist token. But now, such a precious token had actually appeared on the ordinary youth in front of her. This caused the red-clothed girl, whose face was originally full of anger, to suddenly not dare to utter a word. She only looked at the youth in front of her with a complicated expression. She knew that this youth's background was probably not ordinary. "Little brother Zhuowen, come with me. The city lord is waiting for you in his study." Carefully examining the silver waist token in his hand, the green-clothed man's smile became even wider as he spoke to Zhuowen rather courteously. After hesitating for a moment, Zhuowen scanned the mess around him and said somewhat uncertainly, "Just now, I had no choice but to injure your city lord's mansion's guards. Little brother Zhuowen, you can rest assured. I naturally know the ins and outs of the matter." Lu Yi and Lu Huitian both took the initiative to attack little brother. "Even if little brother kills them, our city lord's mansion will not blame you." As the green-clothed man spoke to hear, his gaze slightly focused on the red-clothed girl in front of the door, who was at a loss as to what to do. He continued, "With little brother Zhuowen's current status and strength, even if you kill a good-for-nothing direct descendant, I'm afraid the city lord won't even frown. If little brother Zhuowen wants, I can help you clean up the house." The green-clothed man's words immediately caused the red-clothed girl's pretty face to become deathly pale. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Although she was indeed a direct descendant of the city lord's mansion, there were too many direct descendants in the city lord's mansion. Ouyang Yintu really didn't care about the life and death of these direct descendants. Only those direct descendants with exceptional talent, strength, and potential would be valued by Ouyang Yintu and nurtured by the city lord's mansion. The red-clothed girl's talent was very ordinary. Moreover, she didn't work hard enough. Her status among the direct descendants was not high. Her arrogance and despotism was only toward the servants and ordinary people. If she were to face the direct descendants with high status, she would have been respectful and wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit rash. Hearing the green-clothed man's somewhat ruthless words, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He couldn't help but glance at the pale-faced girl not far away. However, he shook his head and said, "No need. I have already taught her a lesson. There is no need for Senior to personally take action. Since City Lord Ouyang is looking for me, let's go." The green-clothed man looked deeply at the youth in front of him. He smiled slightly and didn't say anything. He directly led Zhuowen into the depths of the city lord's mansion. Looking at the gradually fading figure, the red-clothed girl's eyes were filled with a complicated and grateful expression. She knew that if it weren't for Zhuowen's words, the green-clothed man would probably have killed her. She was very clear that although this nominal third uncle of hers looked very gentle on the surface, if he really wanted to kill, he would be cold and ruthless. Even if she was related to the green-clothed man by blood, he would probably kill her without a frown. This time, I really kicked an iron plate. This youth named Zhuowen has a big background. He actually has father's waist token. It seems that father values him a lot. But why do I feel that the name Zhuowen is so familiar? I remember, half a year ago, the champion of the Arcana ceremony was a youth named Zhuowen. This person can't be that Zhuowen, right? Letting out a sigh of relief, the red-clothed girl lowered her head and pondered. She thought of someone, and a bitter smile suddenly appeared on her face. She knew that if that youth was really the champion of the Arcana ceremony, Zhuowen, she really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth to offend this person. Under the guidance of the green-clothed man, the two quickly entered the depths of the city lord's mansion and stopped in front of a rather majestic pavilion. "Little brother Zhuowen, the city lord is waiting for you inside. You can go in alone. I'll take my leave first." The green-clothed man pointed at the pavilion in front of him. After saying this, he directly left. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen directly entered the pavilion. As soon as he entered, Zhuowen saw a mighty figure sitting on the main seat in the hall, looking at him with a smile. It was the owner of the city lord's mansion, Ouyang Yintu. At the same time, there was another person sitting next to Ouyang Yintu. Zhuowen turned his head and saw that it was Qiu Chou. At this moment, Qiu Chou's face was also carrying a smile. Zhuowen greets City Lord Ouyang and Senior Qiu. Taking a step forward, Zhuowen knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed to the two of them. Zhuowen, you don't need to be so courteous. With your powerful spiritual force talent, I'm afraid that you'll break through to become a 4th-grade Arcana Master very soon. At that time, your status won't be too far off from ours. Ouyang Yuntu extended his right hand and helped Zhuowen's figure up from the ground. He smiled as he spoke. He nodded slightly. Once an Arcana Master reached the 4th grade, their status would undergo an earth-shattering change. Their status would probably be much higher than that of an ordinary Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. They would even be comparable to those high and mighty royal nobles. The reason Ouyang Yuntu spoke to Zhuowen as an equal was not only because of Zhuowen's terrifying spiritual force talent, but also because of the close relationship between Zhuowen and Qiu Chou. Then I'll have to thank City Lord Ouyang. Zhuowen did not stand on ceremony. He nodded slightly and found a seat to sit down. He looked at Ouyang Yuntu and asked, "May I know why City Lord Ouyang is looking for me?" Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou looked at each other, then smiled and said, "There's only a year left until the Origin Energy Tower battle in Muqin County. This old man heard that little friend Zhuowen is also planning to participate in the Origin Energy Tower battle." "Oh. City Lord Ouyang is looking for me because of the Origin Energy Tower battle?" Zhuowen raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Not exactly, but it's somewhat related to the Origin Energy Tower battle in a year's time. Senior Qiu told this old man that your martial talent is not weak. I heard that you've already reached the Advanced Earth King stage, right?" Ouyang Yuntu muttered to himself. Zhuowen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Being able to reach the initial Earth King stage at your age is already a pretty good talent. Moreover, we saw how you cleanly defeated Lu Huitian in the City Lord's mansion. It's obvious that your true strength should be around the Advanced Heavenly King stage. However, this kind of strength is not enough to enter the Origin Energy Tower battle. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and frowned, not enough to enter the Origin Energy Tower. Zhuowen knew that the battle for the Vitality Tower was a grand event that occurred once every 100 years in Muqin County. It was bound to bring together countless talented people from the entire Muqin County. Moreover, there were many experts who were ranked on the Azure Emperor ranking in the Azure Mystic Empire. However, Zhuowen had many trump cards in his hands. He was very confident that he would perform well in the Origin Energy Tower battle in a year's time. The only regret was that his cultivation was too low. However, Zhuowen did not take Ouyang Yuntu's words seriously. Ouyang Yuntu also saw the disapproval on Zhuowen's face. He shook his head slightly and said, "This old man knows that you might have some powerful trump cards. Moreover, you have the Grade 4 Origin Formation Boundless Sword Aura that you obtained from the Arcana ceremony. However, this old man can clearly tell you that even if you have a powerful Grade 4 Origin Formation like the Boundless Sword Aura, it will still be difficult for you to enter the top 100 in the Origin Energy Tower battle." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.